Chapter 123. After picking up the fragments, Su Chen counted the goods. This time, he picked up a total of 107 fragments. Most of them were exchanged for energy points. He already had 70 energy points. I only need 30 energy points to exchange for the level 3 all attributes fragment. Su Chen was shocked. Since Wu Yang and the others were still digging for energy stones, they could not attract zombies for the time being. He had nothing to do, so he helped to dig. After an hour, all the energy stones were dug out. Su Chen collected all the energy stones and installed them into the levelless Gatling gun on the intelligent chariot. Su Chen, do you still want to continue hunting? Do you want to rest for a while? Wu Yang asked. After killing thousands of zombies in one go, no matter how strong one was, one still needed to rest. Su Chen felt that it was okay. If he persevered for 1 or 2 more times, it would not be a big problem. Moreover, he had a bottle of stamina recovery potion with him. He could recover to his peak state at any time. I'll hunt again. Leave the rest to my chariot. Su Chen thought for a while and replied. The levelless Gatling gun had more than 3,000 energy stones installed. Other than the zombies above level 2 that could not be killed, killing normal zombies and level 1 zombies was as easy as cutting vegetables. That's a good idea. Wu Yang nodded. The intelligent chariot's defense was amazing. Last time, it had crushed more than 200 zombies. He also thought that Su Chen would let the intelligent chariot rampage through the zombie crowd and kill the zombies in this way. Su Chen smiled and did not explain. After that, he let everyone enter the intelligent chariot, and he attracted zombies again. Following the same pattern, Su Chen threw a fireball into the mine pit, then turned and ran. Soon, a large number of zombies rushed out. It's a bit too little. Seeing that only 500 to 600 zombies were attracted this time, Su Chen shook his head. Although he was not satisfied, he still had to kill the zombies. Without waiting for the zombies to get close, he rushed forward with the enchanted sword. After a frenzied rampage, there were more than 500 zombie corpses on the ground, as well as more than 50 fragments of various colors. Let's begin. Su Chen called out to the people in the car and began to pick up the debris. Picked up Ancient God-Fiend Body, Fragment X1, 3-100. The fragments are not full and cannot be used. They can be exchanged for energy points. The Ancient God-Fiend Body was something that he was determined to get, so he naturally wouldn't choose to exchange for it. Picked up Level 2 Constitution Potion, Fragment X1, 1-1. The fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. He had a premonition that another Level 2 Constitution Potion would drop today, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. This way, Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian could both become Level 2 evolvers. Su Chen happily put away the Level 2 Constitution Potion and sped up his looting speed. Picked up Sky Hammer, Fragment X1, 1-3. The fragments are not full and cannot be used. They can be exchanged for energy points. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't choose to exchange for energy points. Sky Hammer was a weapon fragment, so it definitely had a strong lethality. He had the enchanted sword himself, so he might not be able to use it, but he could give it to others. Especially Shi Dainiu, the big guy, who was absolutely majestic with a sledgehammer in his hand. Leave Sky Hammer to Dainiu. Su Chen made a decision and grabbed the third fragment. Picked up Netherworld Dagger, Fragment X1, 1-3. The fragments are not full and cannot be used. They can be exchanged for energy points. Since he could use the weapon fragments, he kept them. Chapter 124. The fourth one was a fragment of the bread tree seed, which Su Chen directly exchanged for energy points. The fifth one was a fragment of the serene pool divine wood, which he chose to keep. The sixth one was a new type of potion, the Berserk Potion. The feedback was that after taking the Berserk Potion, the strength of the evolver could increase by 1 level for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the user would fall into a period of weakness. This thing had advantages and disadvantages, so Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to keep it. The items that dropped next weren't very valuable. They were all exchanged for energy points. Su Chen opened the Doomsday Mall, and when he saw that the energy points had reached 110 points, the corners of his mouth rose. Then, he spent 100 energy points to exchange for a fragment of the level 3 all attributes. After the exchange was successful, the Evolver, Spellcaster and Telekinesis master levels naturally reached level 3. With the promotion of his level, his strength increased exponentially, and he was confident that he could kill a level 4 Evolver. There might be a level 4 Evolver in Jianghu Island, but the number would certainly not be too many. As a result, he was almost invincible in Jianghu Island. Later, after Wu Yang and the others finished digging the energy stones, Su Chen struck while the iron was hot and continued to attract zombies. Relying on his soaring strength, this time, he attracted more than 2,000 zombies. Isn't this too crazy? Didn't he say that he wanted to rest? Seeing the tide of zombies coming, Wu Yang clicked his tongue and secretly worried for Su Chen. Captain Wu, there are too many zombies this time. Why don't we help Su Chen? Tan Lin was a little worried. Let's see the situation first. Wu Yang narrowed his eyes and replied. He still knew Su Chen very well. If he was not sure, Su Chen would not do this. So, he decided to wait and see. Soon, a black mass of zombies rolled toward Su Chen. The people in the car suddenly became nervous. They stared at Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen made a move. He slashed out with his saber. With a thunderous roar, a sea of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in front of the enchanted magic saber and swept forward. In an instant, hundreds of zombies were engulfed by the sea of lightning. Following a series of explosions, all of the zombies that were wrapped up were turned into nothingness. Not even their bones were left behind. After one slash, the area 50 meters in front of Su Chen became a strange vacuum. Other than the charred ground and the sparkling fragments, there was nothing else. Even the energy stones had evaporated. This is too exaggerated. Chao Ran's eyes widened. Other than shock, there was nothing else on his face. The others were equally shocked. Killing hundreds of zombies with one slash, they didn't know how to describe the power of this slash. Su Chen can't be a level 4 Evolver, right? Wu Yang murmured. I'm afraid that even a level 4 Evolver wouldn't have such a powerful killing move. Yang Lingtian took a deep breath. Tan Lin and Yang Qian looked at Su Chen in a daze. Their hearts were beating fast, and their beautiful eyes were shining brightly. Not bad. Su Chen sighed softly. The slash just now was infused with thunder magic, and the thunder magic was fused with thunder of desolation. It could be considered his strongest killing move. If it was other magic, it would not have such a shocking effect. After this slash, Su Chen was full of confidence. He was confident that he could kill a level 4 Evolver. Chapter 125. The rest of the zombies were not frightened by this attack, and they continued to charge towards Su Chen. Su Chen quickly infused the enchanted sword with wind magic and slashed again. The power of wind magic was not as strong as lightning magic, but this attack was still very lethal. Close to 100 zombies were cut into pieces, and they died on the spot. When Su Chen was at level 2, he could only kill a few dozen zombies with the same attack. But when he reached level 3, he could kill 100 zombies. Because of this, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. Next, he continued to infuse magic of various elements, and every time he slashed, hundreds of zombies would die. He did not know how many times he slashed, but the ground was already covered with a thick layer of zombie corpses, and there were more than 200 shining fragments. After killing the last zombie, Su Chen stood on the spot, gasping for breath. Although he only slashed a few dozen times, every slash consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had a lot of mana recovery potion on him. Otherwise, he would not be able to take it anymore. At this time, without waiting for Su Chen to call, Yang Hao and the others had already excitedly ran out of the car and started digging for energy stones. Wu Yang walked in front of Su Chen, looked at him blankly, and asked, Su Chen, what level are you at now? I just reached level 3. Su Chen smiled. Although he was only level 3, the strength he displayed was not any worse than a level 4, maybe even a level higher. You are already level 3. Wu Yang took a deep breath. Previously, when he was chatting with Yang Lingtian, he found out that Su Qin had just reached level 2 not long ago. In just a few days, Su Qin had already reached level 3. This kind of speed of advancement was like sitting on a rocket, and it was something that others could only dream of. Moreover, Wu Yang also thought that Su Qin's advancement was not just a single advancement, but an evolver, a psychic, and a telekinesis master at the same time. Even if others were to advance, it would take years of accumulation, and who knows how many difficulties and hardships they had to go through before they were lucky enough to advance. But in Su Qin's case, none of these existed. Leveling up for Su Qin was as simple as eating and drinking. He is only 17 years old. Wu Yang could not help but sigh. He thought about how he was only a level 1 evolver in his 30s, and Su Qin was only 17 years old, but he was already a level 3 evolver, level 3 psychic, and a telekinesis master. A deep sense of helplessness in his heart. Su Qin noticed that Wu Yang looked a little lonely, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Captain Wu, you will soon become a level 2 evolutionary. 2 bottles of level 2 constitution potion had been dropped, and it was enough for Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian to become level 2 evolvers. However, the zombies were not finished yet, and he planned to let Wu Yang experience the taste of surprise after it was over. I hope so. Wu Yang smiled bitterly. He thought that Su Qin was comforting him, so he did not think too much about it. Su Qin did not explain and began to pick up the fragments. Picked up, planting space, fragment *1, fort 10. Quantity is full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Picked up, tomato seed, fragment *1, 11. Quantity is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Although it was a seed-type fragment, it was the first time it appeared, so Su Qin still kept it. Picked up, level 1 mechanical soldier, fragment *1, 110. Fragment is not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. Su Qin already had a level 2 mechanical soldier, and a level 1 was not good enough, so he simply exchanged it for energy points. Chapter 126. In the remaining time, Su Qin kept picking up the fragments, and the good items and energy points that were exchanged increased. After about an hour, all the fragments were collected. During this time, he exchanged most of the fragments for energy points, and his energy points reached 160 points. Other than that, he had collected 9 fragments of plant dimension, and he only needed 1 more before he could use it. The collection of Sky Hammer was successfully completed. Sky Hammer was a golden war hammer, and it weighed 380 kilograms. It was very suitable for people with great strength, and could be said to be a perfect match for Sherdaniu. Nether Dagger was still missing 1 fragment, but it only needed 10 energy points to exchange for 1 fragment in Doomsday Shopping Center. As long as Su Qin was willing, he could collect them at any time. In addition, a few bottles of level 1 Constitution Potion were dropped, and there were enough to distribute. As he had killed too many zombies, it would take some time to dig out all the energy stones. Su Qin returned to the intelligent chariot and planned to rest for a while. However, when he inadvertently saw the dense red dots on the central control screen, he had an idea. Satoshi, calculate how many zombies are there in the mine? After the intelligent chariot was upgraded, its detection range covered 10 kilometers, and the location of those red dots was obviously in the mine. 10 seconds later, the intelligent chariot replied, "The number that can be detected is 4,178. So little? Su Qin frowned. Although there were not as many zombies in the mine as before, he estimated that there should be at least 10,000 of them. According to the intelligent chariot, the number did not match at all. Because he had killed less than 4,000 zombies, and with the number that the intelligent chariot detected, there were only 8,000 of them. Where did the remaining 2,000 go? Could it be that his estimation was wrong? Or was the intelligent chariot unable to determine the exact number? With doubts in his heart, Su Qin asked, "Satoshi, are you sure? Are there really only so few zombies?" Master, I am unable to determine the number of zombies that are wrapped in mysterious power. There are 4,178 zombies that are not wrapped in mysterious power, the intelligent chariot explained. What is mysterious power? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The mine up ahead is connected to another world. The passage connecting the two worlds forms a part of the power of the world, which is the mysterious power. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The mine was actually connected to another world. This was something he had never thought of before. What kind of world was it connected to? Would it be dangerous? Why would it appear on Thousand Feather Island? Were there any other passageways in the mysterious heavenly continent? The unknown world always made one's imagination run wild. At this moment, Su Chen's eyes were glued to the central control screen as his mind raced. After a long time, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and did not want to dwell on this matter any longer. His main task now was to kill zombies and obtain fragments. It wouldn't be too late to explore the unknown world after his strength had increased to a certain level. Jianghu, all the energy stones have been dug out. At this moment, Jianghu walked to Su Chen with a large pile of energy stones. Su Chen nodded and installed all the energy stones into the ungraded Gatling gun. He did not plan to hunt zombies anymore. Instead, he wanted to show the power of the intelligent chariot. After everyone returned to the vehicle, Su Chen was ready to attract zombies again. Su Chen, you should take a break. You have killed thousands of zombies continuously. Tan Lin could not bear to see him like this and advised him. Satoshi and Lil Tai will do it this time. I'm only responsible for attracting zombies. Su Chen smiled and walked out of the vehicle. Chapter 127. Just like the previous times, Su Chen walked to the edge of the pit and threw a few fireballs inside. When the zombies rushed over, he turned around and ran. He ran onto the intelligent chariot, and the zombies behind him were less than 100 meters away. Su Chen glanced and found that there were more zombies than the previous times, and said, Satoshi, calculate the number of zombies. A total of 4,187. Such a coincidence? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Previously, the intelligent chariot said that there were 4,187 zombies that were not covered by the power of the realm, and all of them ran out at once. He now suspected that the zombies that were covered by the power of the realm could not come out. However, he did not have time to think about it, because the zombies were about to reach him. Satoshi, tear them apart. Su Chen smirked and gave the order. The intelligent chariot received the order, and the ungraded Gatling gun on the front of the chariot aimed at the zombies. In the next moment, dense gunshots were heard. Two. Death. In the rain of bullets, the zombies that rushed forward fell one by one. Minced meat flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. It was like hell on earth. Even the air was filled with a thick layer of red mist. Under the merciless harvest of the ungraded Gatling gun, the normal zombies were directly torn into pieces, and the level 1 zombies were also killed in one shot. The level 2 zombies that were lucky enough to survive were too few. Even if they could reach the intelligent chariot, they would be killed on the spot by the mechanical soldiers that were eyeing them covetously. Seeing the massacre in front of them, the people in the chariot were shocked. Especially Wu Yang and the others who had not seen the power of the ungraded Gatling gun, their eyes almost popped out. Oh my God, here comes my mother. Seeing that more than half of the zombies were killed in the blink of an eye, Wu Yang's mouth trembled. The speed of the killing was too fast. It was several times faster than Su Chen's killing speed. He even thought that even if Su Chen was an ordinary person, as long as he had the intelligent war chariot, he could still do whatever he wanted in this world. 20 minutes later, the intelligent war chariot stopped firing, and none of the zombies that rushed over survived. To be more precise, zombies that could remain intact were rare. Most of them were torn into several pieces, and their deaths were extremely miserable. From this, it could be seen how powerful the intelligent war chariot is. The moment the intelligent war chariot stopped firing, the chariot fell into a strange silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Clearly, they had not recovered from the shock just now. Don't be in a daze. Let's do it. Su Chen reminded them and got out of the car first. At this moment, the beams of light on the ground intertwined with each other, dazzling him and causing his breathing to become heavy. Although he did not know exactly how many fragments had dropped, he estimated that there should be at least 400 fragments. Let's dig for energy ores. Jianghu reacted and followed Su Chen out of the car. The others recovered and got out of the car one after another. Wu Yang was the last to get out of the car. When his gaze fell on Su Chen's back, he murmured, "How many trump cards does he have?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced around. He first walked towards a colorful fragment. Picked up Upgrade Gem, Fragment *111. The fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. There were still many things waiting to be upgraded. Su Chen naturally would not choose to exchange for energy points. Chapter 128. After putting away the upgrade gem, Su Chen continued to pick up fragments. Picked up 9th Heaven Dazzling Lightning Fragment X1, Fort 10. Fragment not full, cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Picked up Planting Space Fragment X1, 1010. Fragment full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver bracelet appeared in Su Chen's hand. At the same time, some information about the planting space appeared in his mind. After reading it, he directly put the silver bracelet on his left hand. With a flash of silver light, the silver bracelet strangely disappeared from his wrist. Seeing this, Su Chen was not shocked but happy. The silver bracelet formed by the planting space was connected to his flesh and blood. When not in use, it would automatically merge with his flesh and blood. When he needed to use it, it would appear in front of him with just a thought. Speaking of which, the planting space was similar to a storage bag. It also had a built-in space of 10 cubic meters. Other than being able to store items, its main function was to grow crops. Moreover, the crops did not need to be watered or fertilized. They would not fall sick and could grow very healthily. Not bad. Su Chen curled his lips and showed a touch of satisfaction. He had a lot of plant seeds on him. With the planting space, he could grow some in it and eat fresh fruits anytime and anywhere. However, the space in the planting space was limited. There were not many things that could be planted. He could not just plant them randomly. Su Chen was not in a hurry to plant them. He collected his thoughts and continued to pick up fragments. Picked up Stamina Recovery Potion Fragment X111. Fragment full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. The Stamina Recovery Potion was good stuff. Su Chen happily put it away. Just as he was about to pick up a purple fragment, he suddenly noticed two strange beams of light not far away. One was gray and the other was brown. Gray and brown fragments. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was the first time that these two colored fragments had appeared. They represented two new types of fragments. Su Chen excitedly ran over and grabbed the gray fragment. Picked up Universal Terminology, Fragment *111. The fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Soon, tens of thousands of different languages and characters appeared in Su Chen's mind, and each language and character had reached a level of familiarity. In other words, the current him could understand the language of any race and communicate with any race. That's awesome. Su Chen took a deep breath. Although universal terminology was only an auxiliary item, the benefits it could bring were immeasurable. Furthermore, he used this to determine that since there were tens of thousands of different languages, did that mean there were tens of thousands of different races? In the mysterious heavenly mainland, he only knew that there were humans, zombies, and mutant beasts. Where were the other races? Could it be a foreign world like the world connected to the mine? Su Chen immediately thought of this, and his face darkened slightly. However, he could not be sure if this was the case. He would have to verify it in the future. After calming himself down, he grabbed the brown fragment. Picked up Blade of Divine Sense, Fragment *150. The fragment is not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. From the name, Su Chen guessed that the Blade of Divine Sense should be a type of spiritual energy secret technique. The number of fragments required was 50, the same as a level 5 beast. From this, it could be seen that the Blade of Consciousness must be extraordinary, and Su Chen had some expectations for it. Chapter 129. Behind him, Su Chen continued to pick up the fragments. Picked up, upgrade gem, fragment asterisk 111. The fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Picked up, quiet pool divine wood, fragment asterisk 1, 3-10. The fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Picked up, level 1 mechanical soldier, fragment asterisk 1, 1-10. The fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. Exchanging for energy points. Picked up, northern ice, fragment asterisk 1, 1-10. The fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. After picking up more than 100 fragments in a row, a new item appeared again. Judging from the name Northern Frost Ice, it should be similar to the Godly Thunder of Desolation, and it could increase the power of ice elemental magic spells and spells. For such a good item that could increase one's strength, naturally, he would choose to keep it. Then, he grabbed another colorful shard. Picked up, Magic Fusion Gem, fragment asterisk 1, 1-10. The fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Magic Fusion Gem was also something that appeared for the first time. Su Chen had some doubts that Magic Fusion Gem was something that could fuse magic power of different elements together. If that was the case, it would be too awesome. Imagine, other psychic magicians could only release spells of a single element, but the fused spells would be of 2, 3, or even more elements. Not to mention the power, just the fact that it was multi-elemental spells would make it impossible for people to guard against. Moreover, the more magic power was fused, the more powerful it would be. Of course, these were only Su Chen's conjectures. He still had to gather all the magic fusion gems to know if this was the case. After calming himself down, Su Chen did not waste any time and continued to pick up the fragments. After about 2 hours, all the fragments were picked up. Su Chen's harvest was unusually rich. Not only did he collect a lot of good items, but even his energy points had increased to 400. It seems that killing a large number of zombies is more satisfying. Su Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart, and then his gaze drifted to the mine pit. There were still a lot of zombies in the mine, but they were all wrapped up in the power of the boundary. It was hard to say if they could be lured out, but they still had to try. While the others were still digging for energy stones, Su Chen opened the Doomsday Shopping Center and looked at it. The first thing he looked at was the golden attribute pane. Ever since he had exchanged for the level 3 all attributes fragment, the level 4 all attributes fragment had naturally appeared. Su Chen looked at the exchange price and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The exchange price of the level 4 all attributes fragment was 500 energy points. He only needed to obtain 100 more energy points to successfully exchange for it. Afterwards, he looked at the purple column and fixed his gaze on the ancient God-fiend body. The exchange price of the ancient God-fiend body was as high as 10,000 energy points. It was the most valuable item that had appeared so far. Su Chen had been coveting it for a long time. 10,000 energy points seemed terrifying, but in fact, Su Chen thought that it would be enough to kill a medium-sized zombie horde. It seems that I have to meet Golden File Sure as soon as possible. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the Tianen colony. The number of medium-sized zombie horde exceeded 100,000, and it was very difficult to form one. As far as Su Chen knew, only Jianghu's zombie army had such a large number of zombies, so he turned his attention to Jianghu. Chapter 130. After another half an hour, Yang Hao and the others had finished digging out the energy stones and returned to the car one after another. Su Chen collected the energy stones and filled them all into the levelless Gatling gun, and went to the mine pit to attract zombies again. This time, Wu Yang and the others did not say anything. After witnessing the power of the intelligent chariot, no matter how many zombies came, they would be killed. They had nothing to worry about at all. Su Chen walked to the front of the mine pit and glanced down. He saw that there were no more zombies on the spiral road. At the bottom of the mine pit, leading to a deep and dark place, there were still countless zombies gathered. Su Chen condensed a fireball and threw it over. The fireball fell slowly, and when it was about to reach the bottom of the pit, it was blocked by an invisible force. Then, there was a violent explosion, and a bright flame rose up. However, even though the fireball's explosion was powerful, it did not hurt the zombies below. The defense of the realm's power is so strong? Su Chen frowned slightly. The reason why the fireball was blocked was because of the barrier of the realm's power. Su Chen did not give up. When he was about to release the thunderstorm technique, an angry roar came from the bottom of the pit. Blah blah blah. Turricola. The language used in the roar did not belong to any language in this world. If it was someone else, they would not understand anything. However, Su Chen was different. He had just obtained the universal terminology, and he happened to understand what it meant. However, his face darkened after he understood what was going on. Because that roar was clearly insulting him. The general meaning was, "Arrogant thief, you still don't want to stop after killing so many of my clan's servants. If you don't get out of my way, I will tear you into pieces." How could Su Chen be insulted and threatened so easily? He immediately responded in the other party's language. "F*CKU? Who do you think you are? Come up here if you have the ability. Grandpa will definitely skin you alive." After being scolded by Su Chen, the strange race man was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed, "Kid, who are you? Why do you speak our language?" "It's none of your business." Su Chen sneered and continued to scold, "I don't care if you're a green tortoise or a red tortoise, you're just a coward in my eyes." The reason why he was provoking the green tortoise was because he wanted to lure the green tortoise out. After all, he had never seen a foreign race before, so he wanted to use this opportunity to gauge their strength. Arrogant. The green tortoise man was enraged and he threatened again, "If it weren't for the barrier of the realm, I would have killed you a long time ago. You wouldn't even have the chance to be so arrogant here." Hearing this, Su Chen had an idea and probed, "So you're saying that you'll never be able to come up?" "Ah." The green tortoise man laughed wildly and said coldly, "Kid, don't be complacent. The barrier of the realm will soon be completely stabilized. At that time, our green tortoise race will definitely slaughter all of you humans." Shameless boasting. Su Chen snorted coldly and then asked, "The strongest of your green tortoise race is only a level 3 evolver. How can you be a match for us humans?" He didn't know the details of the green tortoise race, so he was just probing. Frog at the bottom of a well. The green tortoise man said disdainfully, "In our green tortoise race, the weakest is a level 1 evolver, and the patriarch is a level 4 evolver. You humans are the weakest among all the races. How can you resist us?" So the strongest is only level 4. Su Chen was somewhat disdainful. At first, when he heard the other party's words, he thought that the green tortoise race was a powerful race. He didn't expect that the strongest was only level 4. Level 4 evolvers were considered the top combat power in Jianghu Island, but for Su Chen, they were just trash that could be casually killed. They couldn't do anything to him. Chapter 131. However, the overall strength of the green turtles was still very strong. Even the weakest of them was a level 1 evolver. Once they rushed into Jianghu Island, they could cause a devastating blow to the human side. Of course, the premise was that they did not encounter Su Chen. With Su Chen's current strength and his many tricks, no matter how many green tortoise tribe members came, they would only be slaughtered. After calming down, Su Chen said loudly, "Old turtle, no matter how many people you have, as long as you dare to appear in front of me, I will kill you all." Arrogant. The green turtle gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Boy, what is your name? Do you dare to tell me your name? Do you think you are worthy of knowing my name?" Su Chen sneered and said mockingly, "If you want to know my name, call me Grandpa first." "I'm so angry." The green turtle man roared and then roared, "Boy, don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. I am looking forward to that day." Su Chen curled his lips and turned to leave the mine. He had basically figured out the ins and outs of the green turtles, and the zombies could not come out. It was meaningless to continue to argue with the turtle. When the people on the MCV saw that Su Chen did not attract any zombies, they were somewhat puzzled. "Su Chen, did you kill all the zombies?" When Su Chen got on the MCV, Wu Yang immediately asked. "There are still some zombies inside, but they are surrounded by the power of the interface. None of them can come out." Su Chen sighed and explained. If the zombies could not come out, he would not be able to get the fragments. This was a big loss for him. What is the power of the interface? The people on the MCV widened their eyes. The term, power of the interface, was too new. It was the first time they had heard of it. Su Chen did not intend to hide it, so he told them about the passage between the two worlds and the green turtles. "There are actually aliens?" Wu Yang's face became more dignified. The others' faces were not very good either. In the post-apocalyptic world, zombies and mutant beasts were the dominant forces, and it was extremely difficult for humans to survive. Furthermore, the appearance of foreign races would be a disaster for the human race. What's there to be afraid of? As long as we become strong enough, they can only look at our faces. Su Chen didn't care at all. He knew very well that this was a world where the strong ruled. Whoever had the hardest fist and the strongest strength would be able to dominate this world. It seems that we really should seize the time to improve our strength. Wu Yang gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. The others nodded in agreement. However, increasing one's strength was not something that could be done in a short period of time. They did not have the slightest confidence that they could achieve a breakthrough in a short period of time. "You don't have to worry about improving your strength. I have a way," Su Chen said with a smile. He had a lot of constitution potions on him and a few weapons, which could at least double their strength. If it were someone else who said this, they would definitely be mocked. However, Su Chen was very different. Su Chen's speed of advancement was obvious to all. In addition, he had a lot of strange things. Perhaps he really had a way to improve their strength. "Jianghu, when will you help us improve our strength?" Chao Ran asked excitedly. He dreamed of becoming an evolved person, and he really couldn't wait. "Let's go back first." Su Chen smiled and gave Chao Ran a reassuring look. Chao Ran nodded heavily. He believed that as long as Su Chen promised something, he would definitely do it. After a while, the intelligent chariot ignited and started to go back the way they came. Chapter 132. On the way back, Su Chen suddenly found that more than a dozen blue dots appeared on the central control screen, and their location seemed to be near the boulder. When they left in the morning, the cave on the boulder was not sealed. If someone discovered it, it was likely that they would occupy the cave. Who could it be? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. In the vicinity, after the last zombie tide and beast tide, there were very few humans. More than a dozen of them appeared at once, which aroused his vigilance. When the intelligent chariot slowly drove to the boulder, Yang Hao reminded him, "Jianghu, it seems that someone has entered our cave, and there are 2 minibuses parked outside." Su Chen had already seen them and nodded slightly. "Don't worry, let's go and take a look." The arrival of the intelligent chariot also attracted the attention of the people in the cave. Soon, more than a dozen people came out of the cave and took out their weapons, looking ready to fight. After the intelligent chariot stopped, Su Chen got out of the car, and Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian got off with him. The others were left in the minibus. "Everyone, where are you from?" Su Chen stepped forward and greeted the people opposite him. An old man with a wrinkled face looked at Su Chen and said indifferently, "You are not qualified to know where we are from. What are you here for?" Seeing the other party's cold attitude, Su Chen rubbed his nose, pointed to the cave on the boulder and said, "That cave was dug by us, and it can be regarded as our temporary residence. Of course, we have to come back." "Your cave?" The old man was surprised, stared at Su Chen and asked, "Do you have any evidence?" "There is an apple tree inside, and I planted it with my own hands." "Does that count as evidence?" Su Chen said lightly. You planted it just because you said so? I can also say that I planted it. A man in black tights walked out from behind the old man. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. His eyes were fierce as he coldly glanced at Su Chen and spoke with disdain. The old man chuckled and said, "This cave is obviously ownerless. Whoever comes first gets it. If there's nothing else, you should leave quickly. Don't ask for a snub." Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. Originally, he didn't care about the stone cave and the apple tree inside. If the other party had spoken to him politely, he might have given up. However, the other party's confident tone made him a little displeased. "So, you're planning to rob me?" Su Chen's voice turned cold. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian looked at each other and took out their weapons. They all knew that conflict was unavoidable. As long as Su Chen gave the order, we would not hesitate to charge over and kill the other side. "Kid, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? How dare you talk to us in such a tone? You don't want to live anymore, do you?" The man in black waved the cleaver in his hand and threatened. "In the past, no one who talked to me in such a tone could survive," Su Chen said to himself calmly. These words were not boasting at all. Anyone who offended him, without exception, had died in his hands. If there was an exception, it would be Li Liang. However, Li Liang's fate was worse than death. He had experienced all kinds of torture. Whether or not he had been hunted down and dug out of his energy stone was still unknown. Su Chen's words caused the other party to burst into laughter. In their eyes, Su Chen was only 20 years old. At most, he was a level 1 evolver. It was ridiculous for him to say such words without shame. Chapter 133. Boy, you dare to threaten your grandfather? You still don't know who we are, right? You will be scared to death if I tell you. The man in black stopped laughing and his face became more ferocious. Su Chen chuckled. "You didn't tell me when I asked you about your background. Now you want to tell me? Don't you think this is too cheap? You're courting death." The black-clothed man glared at Su Chen and roared. He was about to step forward to teach Su Chen a lesson. However, when he took a step forward, he was stopped by the old man beside him. "Boss, why did you stop me?" The man in black did not understand. According to their usual behavior, if someone dared to talk nonsense in front of them, that person would have been killed long ago. "Calm down." The old man nodded at the man in black and then looked at Su Chen. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Although Su Chen looked young, he was fearless from the beginning to the end, which confused the old man. He did not want to act rashly without knowing Su Chen's background. "Puma, why do you care?" Su Chen's face was full of disdain as he scolded. "Now get out of here. Don't force me to act." Arrogant. The man in black could not bear it anymore. He stepped forward and raised his sword, aiming at Su Chen's head. At this time, Su Chen did not react. He stood there in a daze as if he was scared silly. "Am I overthinking?" The old man muttered in his heart. Previously, when he saw Su Chen's calm expression, he thought that Su Chen was a great person. He did not expect that once they fought, Su Chen did not even have the chance to react. Therefore, he thought that he was overthinking. Seeing that Su Chen was in danger, not only did Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian not help, they even had a mocking look on their faces as if they were watching a show. Because, judging from the strength of the man in black, he was only a level 1 evolver. With this strength, he dared to challenge Su Chen? Wasn't this the same as an old man hanging himself? Just as the man in black sword was about to fall on Su Chen's head, a strange scene appeared. The man in black seemed to have turned into a statue, unable to move at all. "Spirit Reader." Seeing this scene, the old man shouted in shock. To be able to silently bind a level 1 evolver to this extent, only a spirit reader could do it. Moreover, a spirit reader's level 2 or above. At the thought that Su Chen was a level 2 spirit reader master, the old man's face became a lot more dignified. He said in a negotiating tone, "Little friend, please wait." Su Chen didn't seem to hear it. He raised his fist and punched out. The punch seemed ordinary, but it contained the violent strength of a level 3 evolver. "Don't kill me!" The black-clothed man screamed in horror as he felt death approaching. Su Chen did not move and heavily punched his head. Bang! With a loud bang, the man in black's head burst open and turned into a bloody mist. Tai Lang is dead. Behind the old man, there was a sudden commotion. A level 1 evolver was killed without even making a splash. How strong was Su Chen? Could it be that he was a level 3 evolver? Although it was not difficult for a level 2 evolver to kill a level 1 evolver, it was absolutely impossible to do it so casually. Thinking that they had provoked such an existence, the men behind the old man felt a chill run down their backs and a deep fear surged in their hearts. Chapter 134. I told you to get lost, but you forced me to do it. Su Chen kicked the headless body of the man in black away and turned his gaze to the old man. At this moment, his eyes were full of disdain and killing intent, as if he was a powerhouse looking down on a group of weaklings. When his eyes met with Su Chen's, the old man felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly said, "We will leave now." He was only a level 2 evolved being, and he knew that he was no match for Su Chen, who could kill a level 1 evolved being in an instant. If he continued to stay, he would lose his life. Too late. Su Chen sneered and held the enchanted sword in his hand. After infusing it with wind magic, he slashed horizontally. In an instant, a gray wind blade more than 10 meters long appeared out of nowhere. What is this? The old man's fear reached its peak. After Su Chen slashed out, he actually released a wind magic, showing an unparalleled power that made it difficult for him to breathe. Facing such a strange and powerful attack, his face was extremely pale, but he would not sit still and wait for death. Fight it out with him. It was a matter of life and death, and everyone knew this. They all took out their weapons and slashed at the wind blade that was flying toward them. However, the huge gap in strength was not something that could be made up for by human strength. After Su Chen entered level 3, his slash could even seriously injure a level 4 evolved being, so how could a group of level 1 and level 2 evolved beings withstand it? In the shrill screams, more than a dozen people behind the old man were killed. Although the old man did not die, his body was covered in wounds, and his injuries were not light. This was also because Su Chen intended to keep him alive. Otherwise, he would be a cold corpse now. Seeing all his subordinates die on the spot, the old man's mouth trembled and he collapsed to the ground. Su Chen's strength was far beyond his imagination. Even their sect master, the venerable carved dragon, did not have such a terrifying attack. At this moment, he was certain that he would not be able to escape death. His face was ashen. "Tell me about your background." Su Chen stared coldly at the old man and asked. The reason why he spared the old man's life was to investigate their origins. That was because the old man and the others were all evolvers. Over a dozen evolvers were not a small force, and they were not much weaker than a small colony. So why did they come here? It couldn't be that they were here for sightseeing, right? If I tell you everything, can you spare my life? The old man gritted his teeth and said. You don't have the right to bargain with me. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, if you know what's good for you, I can leave your corpse intact. If you don't remove the roots when you cut the weeds, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. With his style of doing things, he definitely wouldn't leave behind a scourge. Then you might as well kill me. I won't say a word. The old man threw caution to the wind. Since he knew that he was going to die, why would he follow Su Chen's wishes? I'd like to see how useful your mouth is. Su Chen sneered and turned to the car and shouted, Chao Ran, come here. Chingu, what's the matter? Chao Ran ran over eagerly. Take out one of his eyeballs. Su Chen's voice was cold and emotionless. Since he planned to train Chao Ran to be the torture chamber's hall master, he was naturally the most suitable person to interrogate a confession by torture. Got it, Chingu. Chao Ran licked his lips and walked toward the old man with the dagger in his hand. What are you doing? Don't come over. The old man roared and moved backward. However, he was already bound by Su Chen's spiritual power, and it was futile no matter how hard he struggled. Chapter 135. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce his eye socket, the old man hurriedly begged for mercy. Stop. I'll tell you everything. Su Chen gave Chao Ran a look and asked him to stop. Then he stared at the old man and said coldly, "You'd better tell the truth. If you dare lie, you'll have to bear the consequences." The old man was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He took a deep breath and said as if he had accepted his fate, "I'm from the Hidden Fog Sect." Hidden Fog Sect? Su Chen muttered and turned to look at Wu Yang. He had never heard of the Hidden Fog Sect before, so he wanted to see if Wu Yang knew anything about it. Wu Yang and Su Chen looked at each other and shook their heads. Seeing this, Su Chen looked at the old man again and asked, "Where is the Hidden Fog Sect?" "It's in Yulin," the old man replied quickly. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew about Yulin. To be exact, he had seen it on the mysterious heavenly continent topographical map. Yulin was located in the center of Jianghu Island. Jianghu Island was divided into 3 major areas: Yulin, Dilin, and Huanglin. Among them, the Yulin area was the largest area, and Su Chen was now in the Huanglin area. How strong is the Hidden Fog Sect? What's the strongest person? Su Chen asked again after he figured out the location of the Hidden Fog Sect. The Hidden Fog Sect is one of the top forces in Yulin. Our sect leader, the Venerable Carving Dragon, is a level 4 evolver. As the old man spoke, he observed the changes in Su Chen's expression. Originally, he thought that Su Chen would be fearful when he mentioned the name of the Venerable Dragon Carving. But to his disappointment, Su Chen looked indifferent from the beginning to the end, as if a level 4 evolver was nothing in his eyes. In that case, the Hidden Fog Sect is quite strong. Su Chen nodded slightly. A level 4 evolver was the top existence on Jianghu Island. From this, it could be seen that the Hidden Fog Sect was indeed one of the strongest forces. Of course, this was only true for others. In Su Chen's eyes, they were just trash that he could casually kill. "Then what is your purpose for coming here?" Su Chen asked. Yulin was tens of thousands of miles away from here. Even if they drove the MCV, it would take 10 days to half a month. Moreover, it was very likely that they would be attacked by zombies and mutant beasts along the way. Despite knowing how difficult it would be, the other party still insisted on coming. This was suspicious. The old man's face was cloudy and uncertain. He seemed to be struggling for a while before he finally said, "I'm here to deliver a letter according to the sect master's instructions." Deliver a letter? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man. "You're not joking with me, right? He traveled thousands of miles just to deliver a letter? How could he believe this? Chinggu, this guy is not honest. It's better to remove his eyeballs." Chao Ran also thought that the old man was not telling the truth, so he suggested. The old man trembled in fear and quickly explained, "What I said is true. The letter is with me. Take it out and let me see." Su Chen retracted his spiritual power, allowing the old man to regain his freedom. Under Su Chen's gaze, the old man obediently took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen opened it and looked at it. His expression slightly froze. There was only a piece of paper in the envelope, with some tadpole-like words written on it. If it was someone else, they would definitely be confused, because these words did not belong to this world. However, Su Chen could recognize them. He also knew which race's language it was. It was the language of the Green Turtle clan that he had just learned. Chapter 136. The content of the letter was also very simple. There was only one short sentence. "When the realm passage is opened, come to Yulin and help me conquer the strong and unify Thousand Feather Island." After reading it, Su Chen put the letter away in his storage bag, but his thoughts were spinning. He guessed that this letter was most likely written by the Venerable Dragon Carving to the Green Turtle clan. However, how could the Venerable Dragon Carving contact the Green Turtle clan? Was he also a member of the Green Turtle clan? Had the Green Turtle clan been lurking among the humans? For a moment, Su Chen couldn't figure out the reason. However, one thing he was sure of was that the Venerable Dragon Carving was indeed ambitious. He wanted to unite with the other races to unify Thousand Feather Island. Su Chen didn't have much of a sense of belonging to this world, but he didn't want it to be ruled by the other races. He swore to himself that if he had the chance, he would foil the venerable dragon carvings scheme. Who is this letter for? After calming down, Su Chen asked again. Although he was sure that it was for the Green Turtle clan, he still felt that it was better to confirm it. I don't know who it is for. The sect master only said that there is a mine full of zombies in the Huangzi mountain range. You just have to throw the letter in. The old man said truthfully. Su Chen nodded slightly. At this moment, he was sure that the venerable dragon carving contacted the Green Turtle clan. What other forces are there in Yulin? Su Chen asked. Considering that he would have to go to Yulin sooner or later, before that, it was better to understand the forces there. Other than the Hidden Fog sect, the strongest forces are Lion's Gate and Heaven Connect City. The second weakest forces are. The old man didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything. After half an hour, Su Chen had basically grasped the big and small forces in Yulin and killed the old man without hesitation. Let's go into the cave. After killing the old man, Su Chen shouted to the people on the intelligent chariot and led the way into the cave. In the cave, the apple tree was still there, but there was not a single fruit on it. It must have been eaten by the old man's group. After everyone had entered the cave, Su Chen first took out the universal oven and the corpses of the 2 raging rock bears and handed them to Yang Hao for dinner. Then he called Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian to the side and took out 2 glass bottles filled with red liquid. Seeing this, Yang Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing quickened. He still remembered clearly that Yang Hao had drunk this liquid and turned from an ordinary person to a level 1 evolver in the blink of an eye. Can I become a level 2 evolutionary after drinking it? Yang Lingtian asked excitedly. He had been stuck as a level 1 evolver for decades, and he had always wanted to become a level 2 evolver. However, due to his limited talent and cultivation resources, he had never been able to achieve his goal. Now that he saw Su Chen take out the magical potion, he had an inexplicable impulse. He even faintly felt that this was the thing that could make him a level 2 evolutionary. Su Chen, what are you holding in your hand? Wu Yang had never seen the vitality potion before and frowned slightly. Su Chen gave the 2 bottles of level 2 vitality potion to Yang Lingtian and Wu Yang. He smiled and said, "Drink it, and you will quickly become a level 2 evolutionary." What did you say? Wu Yang opened his eyes wide, thinking that he had misheard. Drinking a bottle of unknown liquid could make him a level 2 evolver? Was this a joke? Or was he bragging? If there was such a magical thing in the world, then wouldn't evolvers be trash on the streets? Chapter 137. Yang Lingtian did not have the slightest doubt. The moment he received the level 2 physique potion, he raised his head and swallowed it. Old Yang, Wu Yang was dumbfounded. He muttered in his heart, "Is this thing really effective? Brother Wu, you can rest assured that Su Chen gave you this thing." Yang Lingtian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. After he finished speaking, he saw that his face was swollen and red. At the same time, his whole body was emitting a fierce aura. Ha! Yang Lingtian looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. He raised his fist and punched the air. Buzz! Although this punch hit the air, it stirred up the air and made the air tremble. A level 2 evolver! Wu Yang exclaimed. He deeply felt that the aura emitted by Yang Lingtian was not something a level 1 evolver could compare to. This also meant that Yang Lingtian had really become a level 2 evolver. Moreover, the time it took for him to become a level 2 evolver was extremely short, only a few breaths. Through this point, it was enough to prove that Su Chen's potion could indeed allow a level 1 evolver to become a level 2 evolver. Oh my god! There really is such a magical thing in the world. Wu Yang could not remain calm. He lowered his head and looked at the level 2 physique potion in his hand, his hands trembling. Then he raised his head and drank the level 2 physique potion, just like Yang Lingtian did. After a few breaths, a violent aura lingered around Wu Yang's body. "Ha! I am a level 2 evolver." Wu Yang raised his arms and shouted. Even though he was old, he could not hide the excitement in his heart. He danced with joy like a child. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of others. Dad, are you really a level 2 evolver? Yang Hao looked at Yang Lingtian with his eyes wide open. Yang Lingtian nodded heavily. Although he did not speak, the excitement on his face was obvious. Awesome. Yang Hao clenched his fists. He looked even happier than Yang Lingtian. Yang Chen walked over and looked at Su Chen in a daze. She pursed her lips and said, Su Chen, thank you. She knew very well that the reason Yang Lingtian could advance to level 2 was all thanks to Su Chen. You're welcome. Su Chen smiled. After exchanging glances with Su Chen, Yang Qian suddenly felt her face burning as she shyly lowered her head. Captain Wu, congratulations on your promotion. Chao Ran walked up and congratulated him. Thank you. Wu Yang smiled like a blooming flower. After helping Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian advance successfully, Su Chen called over Chao Ran, Mu Dainiu, Mu Duo, and Yang Qian. Take this potion, and you will soon become a level 1 evolver. Su Chen said as he placed a glass bottle filled with level 1 constitution potion in the hands of the 4 people. Qinggu, is this true? Chao Ran's mouth trembled. He dreamed of becoming an evolver, but he also knew that his talent was mediocre. He was afraid that he would never become an evolver in this lifetime. Seeing Su Chen give him something that could make him an evolver, he even wondered if he was dreaming. Shi Dainiu and Shi Duo were a little dazed. Since they were young, their biggest dream was to be able to eat a full meal. Who would have thought that they would one day become an evolved human? Yang Qian did not hesitate and drank it. She had seen the effect of this potion. As long as she drank it, she would definitely become a level 1 evolver. She also thought that only by becoming stronger could she be worthy of Su Chen. Chapter 138. Don't just stand there. Seeing that Chao Ran and the other 2 were in a daze, Su Chen reminded them. Chao Ran and the other 2 reacted and drank the physique potion, one after another. Soon, they all became level 1 evolvers. Ooh, Qinggu, you are my big brother. Please accept this little brother's kowtow. After becoming a level 1 evolver, Chao Ran burst into tears and wanted to kneel to Su Chen to express his gratitude. We are all brothers. I can't accept your gratitude. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Qinggu, we siblings can't repay your kindness even if we work like cows and horses. Shi Dainiu and Shi Duo's eyes were slightly red. Su Chen not only saved them, but also avenged them. Now, he helped them to become level 1 evolvers. This kind of kindness was as heavy as a mountain. At this moment, they secretly vowed that they would follow Su Chen closely for the rest of their lives, listen to Su Chen's orders, and protect Su Chen's safety. Even if they had to pay the price of their lives, they would not hesitate. Su Chen could hear the sincerity in their words. He nodded slightly and smiled. Well, you are all crying and wiping your tears. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Qinggu, I won't cry. I will be stronger in the future and help you kill more zombies. Chao Ran wiped his tears and said firmly. It's better if I kill the zombies myself. Su Chen muttered to himself. Other people couldn't get fragments from killing zombies. He didn't want to waste the opportunity to get fragments. However, he wouldn't say this out loud. He patted Chao Ran's shoulder and said lightly, there will be many opportunities to kill zombies. Don't be in a hurry. For the rest of the time, everyone sat together and ate the barbecue. The entire cave was brimming with laughter and chatter. In the post-apocalyptic world where danger lurked everywhere, it was rare to see such a scene. After filling their stomachs, Su Chen reunited with Yang Lingtian and Wu Yang. Do you know if there are any level 3 zombies or mutant beasts nearby? Su Chen asked. As his strength continued to increase, killing ordinary zombies could no longer satisfy his appetite. Moreover, if the intelligent war chariot wanted to continue upgrading, it would require energy stones of level 3 and above. Furthermore, the mechanical soldier could be upgraded to level 3 at any time, and only level 3 energy stones could provide the driving energy. Su Chen, are you looking for level 3 energy stones? Wu Yang asked, not answering the question. Su Chen nodded. If I want to upgrade my war chariot, I'll need energy stones above level 3. So that's how it is. Wu Yang said in realization. He had witnessed the power of the intelligent war chariot with his own eyes. If it was upgraded again, its lethality would definitely increase by another level. However, level 3 zombies and mutant beasts were not only strong, but their whereabouts were also unpredictable. He really did not know where to find them. Wu Yang shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Seeing this, Su Chen turned to Yang Lingtian. Uncle Yang, do you know? I don't know where level 3 zombies and mutant beasts are, but I know where to find level 3 energy stones. Yang Lingtian thought for a moment before replying. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Energy stones were dug out from the bodies of zombies and mutant beasts, while energy stones were found in ores. Although the two were not the same thing, their functions were the same. Where can I find level 3 energy stones? Su Chen was a little excited. There are level 3 energy stones in the mountain range 500 miles away from us. Yang Lingtian said directly. Chapter 139. Su Chen recalled the topographic map of Jianghu Island, and there was indeed a mountain range. Moreover, there was a medium-sized gathering place called Sangyu near it. Since there is a level 3 energy stone in the mountain range, no one has ever mined it? Su Chen felt a little strange. The value of a level 3 energy stone was high enough to exchange for dozens of level 2 energy stones. If it was exchanged for ordinary energy stones, it could be exchanged for hundreds of them. It was reasonable to say that such a good thing should have been snatched up long ago. How could they have a chance to mine it? Yang Lingon explained, there is a group of bloodthirsty boars there, and there are nearly 300 of them. There are also several level 2 ones among them. No one dares to provoke them. Tomorrow we will go to the mountain range. Su Chen made a decision. There were not only level 3 energy stones in the mountain range, but also 300 mutant beasts. No matter what, it was enough to make him excited. After discussing with Wu Yang, Su Chen went to talk with the others for a while. After that, they found a place to rest. The next morning, Su Chen and the others got on the intelligent chariot and were about to go to the mountain range when the alarm on the central control screen sounded. Warning, 3 minibuses are rushing towards us at high speed. They are less than a mile away. Master, please be prepared in advance. Hearing this, Su Chen stopped the intelligent chariot and narrowed his eyes to look outside. In the doomsday, those who could own a minibus were not ordinary people, and 3 of them appeared at once. It was obvious that the other party was not to be underestimated. A few minutes later, the 3 minibuses rushed over. When they approached, they dispersed and tacitly surrounded the intelligent chariot. Su Chen, they are coming with bad intentions. Wu Yang reminded him with a dignified look. The other party showed a posture of encirclement, as if they were worried that they would run away. They were definitely harboring evil intentions. Let's go down and take a look. Su Chen did not care much and slowly got out of the car. Counter soldiers with arms, water with earth, and bury them with water. No matter who the other party was, as long as they dared to provoke him, they were courting death. When Su Chen got out of the MCV, more than a dozen people also got out of the 3 MCVs. They quickly gathered together and confronted Su Chen. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtan followed closely behind, standing on the left and right sides of Su Chen, maintaining their usual vigilance. Why are you blocking our way? Su Chen looked at the other party and asked loudly. Kid, did you go to Vajra City a few days ago? Opposite him, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes with a dignified expression stared coldly at Su Chen as he questioned. Su Chen felt that this guy looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Since he couldn't think of anything at the moment, he decided not to dwell on it anymore. He sneered, Is it any of your business whether or not I've been to Vajra City? My lord, that's him. I've seen that silver-white MCV before. At this time, a somewhat obese man walked to the side of the dignified man and reminded him. Good boy, are you the arrogant person who killed innocent people in my Vajra City and killed my son? Today I will tear you to pieces. The dignified man gritted his teeth and cursed at Su Chen. So you are the lord of Vajra City, Huanggan, Su Chen suddenly realized. He felt that he was familiar before, but he didn't expect him to be Huang Junlin's father. Huang, can you want to avenge your son? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered, "That day, I killed everyone in Vajra City, and even your son was killed. Why are you so scared that you don't even dare to show your face?" Chapter 140. I wasn't in King Kong City that day. Otherwise, how could I have let you escape? Huang Can's face turned pale as he roared. In fact, he was in King Kong City that day, but he didn't dare to show his face because he was afraid of Su Chen's strength. Moreover, this matter was undoubtedly a great humiliation to him, so how could he have the nerve to speak of it? Is that so? Su Chen rubbed his nose and sneered, "I'll give you a chance now. Come and fight me one-on-one to avenge your useless son." Huang Can was so angry that his mouth trembled. If he had the courage to fight Su Chen one-on-one, he would have shown his face in King Kong City long ago. Why would he be a coward? This time, he dared to chase after Su Chen because he invited 2 level 3 evolutionaries. He thought that the 3 of them would be enough to kill Su Chen. Don't tell me you're scared? A dignified city lord is really a coward? Su Chen said mockingly. Huang Can's face turned red. He was humiliated by Su Chen in front of so many people. He couldn't wait to tear Su Chen into pieces. However, no matter how angry he was, he didn't have the courage to fight Su Chen one-on-one. "Boy, you're very arrogant. Let me see how much you're worth." Seeing that Huang Can was speechless because of Su Chen, a fat middle-aged man in a yellow robe stood up. Su Chen glanced at him coldly and saw the disdain in his eyes. He snorted and said, "Fat pig, are you going to stand up for him? You're digging your own grave." The fat on the man's face trembled. Apparently, he was completely enraged by Su Chen's words. Although he looked like a pig, he hated it when people compared him to a pig. No one had ever dared to make such a joke with him. Even those who didn't know what was good for them were all killed by him. "Fat pig, I'm waiting for you here. Come and kill me," Su Chen said with a calm smile. The yellow-robed man could no longer bear it. He stomped his foot and charged towards Su Chen like a heavy tank. "Level 3 Evolver, no wonder you're so arrogant." Su Chen's brows furrowed, and an invisible and colorless spiritual force shot out. Judging from the other party's running speed, he was definitely a level 3 Evolver. Although Su Chen had never fought with a level 3 Evolver before, with his strength, he could even kill a level 4 Evolver. A level 3 Evolver was nothing in his eyes. "Die, brat!" The yellow-robed man flew in front of Su Chen, but when he saw that Su Chen was unmoved, he was overjoyed. He clenched his bowl-sized fist and punched out. Just as he was about to touch Su Chen, all of a sudden, it was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and all of his movements stagnated. Spiritual Force. Level 3 Spirit Reader Master. The yellow-robed man's eyes widened, looking at Su Chen as if he was a monster. To be able to silently restrict him to this extent, only a level 3 Spirit Reader Master or above could do this. But how old was Su Chen? At most, he was 20 years old. A 20-year-old who could become a level 3 Spirit Reader Master? This was such an absurd and inconceivable thing. One must know that among the 3 major professions, Spirit Reader Master was the most difficult profession to cultivate. Even a level 1 Spirit Reader Master was rare, and a level 3 Spirit Reader Master was as rare as a phoenix feather. How did he do it? The yellow-robed man's face was extremely complicated. He didn't want to admit that Su Chen was a level 3 Spirit Reader Master, but the truth was in front of him. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit it. He is actually a level 3 Spirit Reader Master. After hearing this news, Huang Can's face changed. Compared to the yellow-robed man, he knew more. When Su Chen wreaked havoc in King Kong City, his subordinates saw with their own eyes that Su Chen clearly used the strength of a Spirit Reader Master and an Evolver. How did he become a level 3 Spirit Reader Master in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he cultivated all 3 professions? And all of them reached level 3? The more he thought about it, the more frightening it was. Thinking of this, Huang Can's heart fell into an ice cellar. Chapter 141. Old you, let's kill him together. Huang Can took a deep breath and winked at a man with a black scarf covering his head. When he guessed that Su Chen might be a cultivator of 3 major professions, he knew that none of them would be a match for Su Chen in a one-on-one fight. And to kill a monster like Su Chen, they would only have a chance if the 3 of them worked together. Therefore, he could not watch as the yellow-robed man was killed by Su Chen. The man called Old You also saw that the situation was not good and roared, "Everyone, let's attack together." Immediately, more than 10 people, led by Huang Can and Old You, rushed towards Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen had already begun to attack the yellow-robed man. He clenched his fist and smashed it toward the yellow-robed man's head. The yellow-robed man was scared out of his wits. Due to the mental restraint, his movements were very slow and he could not block Su Chen's fierce punch in time. In desperation, he roared loudly, "You can't kill me, I'm from Heaven Connect City. Even if the City Lord of Heaven Connect City is here, I'll still kill you." Su Chen sneered, and a violent force came out of his body. His fist accurately hit the yellow-robed man's head. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, half of the yellow-robed man's head caved in, and he died. "I want you dead." The death of the yellow-robed man made Old You grieve, and he roared to the sky. "Don't worry, I'll let you reunite with him in a while." Su Chen chuckled and took out the enchanted saber from his storage bag. Huang Can held a huge axe in his hand and rushed towards Su Chen first. He knew very well that if they did not kill Su Chen today, they would not have a good ending. Therefore, he completely threw away his fear of Su Chen and put on a desperate stance. Old You held a scimitar and attacked from the side. Together with Huang Can, they formed a pincer attack on Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen was still unmoved. Just as Huang Can rushed in front of him, purple light flashed from his feet, and he disappeared like a ghost. At this time, Huang Can's axe came down, but it did not even touch the corner of Su Chen's clothes. Not good. Huang Can immediately realized that he was in danger. He used almost all of his strength in that attack, but it did not cause any damage to Su Chen. After that, Su Chen would definitely launch a crazy attack on him, and he would also fall into a very dangerous situation. Old Yu's eyelids twitched as he exclaimed inwardly, "How can he be so fast?" Originally, they were both level 3 evolvers, and their speed was about the same. However, Su Chen activated the speed buff of the Rapid War Boots. After the Rapid War Boots had been upgraded, the effect of the buff had been greatly enhanced. At this moment, his speed was even faster than a level 4 evolver. It was reasonable that Huang Can could not react in time. At the same time, Su Chen's figure flashed and appeared behind Huang Can, and then he slashed out with his scimitar. "You want to kill me? You're still too inexperienced." At this moment of life and death, Huang Can desperately used the giant axe to block his back. He thought that if he used the giant axe to block Su Chen's killing move, he would at most be seriously injured, and would not lose his life. Unfortunately, he was a little too confident. Su Chen's attack was not only infused with the strength of a level 3 evolver, but also with wind magic. In addition, the enchanted scimitar itself was a sharp divine weapon. How could an ordinary axe block it? Chapter 142. Creak. Huang Can and his axe were cleaved into 2 halves amidst a violent sound of friction. A large amount of blood splattered out from his body, dyeing the surrounding sky a demonic blood red. The man with the surname Yu, who had wanted to sneak an attack on Su Chen, trembled when he saw the bloody scene. The remaining 10 or so people were too weak. They only managed to get close after Huang Can was killed. But when they saw Huang Can's tragic end, they all stopped and looked at Su Chen with fear. Just one slash. A powerful level 3 evolver was killed on the spot. The strongest among them was only a level 2 evolver. How could they have the courage to fight against Su Chen, who could kill a level 3 evolver so easily? After killing Huang Can, Su Chen shook the enchanted divine sword to get rid of the bloodstains on it. He then turned to look at Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu felt a bone-chilling killing intent when his eyes met with Su Chen's. "Senior, I have something to say." Old Man Yu was afraid that he would be killed if he spoke too late, so he hurriedly said, "We don't have any grudges against each other. We were all bewitched by Huang Can. Please be magnanimous and let us go." Su Chen may look young, but his strength was obvious. Mr. Yu even felt that Su Chen was stronger than a level 4 evolver. He didn't feel ashamed to call a strong person senior. "You mean to say that it was just a misunderstanding between us?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Yes, it was all a misunderstanding." Mr. Yu nodded and added, "Of course, we were in the wrong first. We are willing to take out energy stones as compensation." Su Chen rubbed his nose and pursed his lips. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll do it myself." Mr. Yu's expression changed when he heard this. He knew that Su Chen was determined to kill them. He didn't want to let them go. Thinking of this, he turned and ran without another word. However, before he could lift his leg, he felt his legs being entangled by something. At the same time, a huge force came from all around him, making it hard for him to breathe. Wood elemental entanglement. Level 3 spiritual power. Mr. Yu's heart skipped a beat and sank into the depths of his heart. He knew that if he was trapped by a level 3 wood elemental spell and spiritual power at the same time, it would be impossible to escape. He begged loudly, "Senior, please spare my life. I'm from Sky Connect City, shut up." Su Chen snorted coldly and swung his saber, interrupting Old Man Yu's words. Old Man Yu only saw a cold light flash in front of his eyes before his head was detached from his body. His consciousness also fell into eternal darkness. "Run!" The rest of the people were scared out of their wits, desperately trying to get into the MCV. "Do you think you can escape?" Su Chen sneered. When the dozen people rushed into a MCV and were about to leave, Su Chen raised his hand and shot a thunderball, which instantly hit the MCV. With an earth-shattering sound of thunder, the 2 MBVs turned into ashes. The dozen or so people who ran in were blown to smithereens, leaving not even their bones behind. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian looked at each other and clicked their tongues. Su Chen's strength had once again shocked them. Facing 3 powerhouses of the same level, Su Chen was able to crush and annihilate them one by one. It was obvious that Su Chen was invincible among people of the same level. It was even possible for him to kill people of a higher level. Chapter 144. I underestimated you. The woman in yellow snorted and then shouted towards the bushes, "Come out, the other party has already discovered our intentions." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rustling noise, and more than 100 humans with weapons rushed out of the bushes. They quickly surrounded Su Chen and the intelligent war chariot. "Sister, your acting is not good. How could you be seen through at a glance?" At this time, a red-faced man walked to the side of the woman in yellow. "He may be a spirit reader, be careful." The woman in yellow reminded. "Oh." The red-faced man was surprised. He looked at Su Chen with interest and said disdainfully, "Boy, are you a spirit reader master?" The cultivation of a spirit reader was very difficult, and Su Chen looked very young, so he thought that even if Su Chen was a spirit reader, he was at most a level 1 spirit reader. A level 1 spirit reader did not have any attack power, so he did not have to worry about anything. He acted as if he could defeat Su Chen. "You don't deserve to know whether I am a spirit reader or not." Su Chen rubbed his nose and glanced around. "Are you planning to rob me?" he asked faintly. "You are very arrogant." The red-faced man's face showed a touch of anger, and he said sternly, "Boy, hand over everything you have, and I will leave your corpse intact." "I am afraid they will not agree." Su Chen pointed at the intelligent chariot behind him and shouted, "Come out, someone wants to rob us." Originally, killing these 100 people was a piece of cake for him. But considering that he was the one who did it every time, wouldn't the others be like flowers in a greenhouse? If you don't experience the rain, how can you see the rainbow? It was time to let them see the cruelty of the apocalypse and increase their combat experience. Which blind fool dares to rob us? Let me see. Wu Yang laughed wildly as he got out of the car. Ever since he had become a level 2 evolutionary, his confidence had skyrocketed, and his words were much more arrogant than before. It's been a long time since I've exercised my limbs. Today, I finally got the chance. Yang Lingtian chuckled as he walked behind Wu Yang. Shi Dainyu and the others followed closely behind. Even Tan Lin and Yang Qian got out of the car. The red-faced man was slightly stunned when he saw so many people getting off the intelligent war chariot. However, when he saw Tan Lin and Yang Qian, his eyes lit up with passion. He had seen many beauties, but he had never seen beauties on the level of Tan Lin and Yang Qian. A strong sense of possessiveness welled up in his heart. The yellow-clothed woman beside the red-faced man had a gloomy expression. Originally, she was also a 1 in 100 beauty, but the appearance of Tan Lin and Yang Qian made her seem somewhat inferior. A woman's jealousy was very strong, especially when she saw a woman who was more beautiful than herself. This kind of jealousy became even crazier. At this moment, she secretly swore that she would kill Tan Lin and Yang Qian. Su Chen sensed that the red-faced man was up to no good. He said to Chao Ran beside him, "Chao Ran, gouge out that guy's eyeballs later." "Chingu, leave it to me." Chao Ran licked his lips and squinted at the red-faced man. "Su Chen, how do we deal with these guys?" Wu Yang was eager to try, but he still wanted to ask for Su Chen's opinion before he started. "You all can practice, but remember one thing. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He was not a person who killed without restraint. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not take the initiative to provoke others. However, if someone was blind enough to provoke him, only death would await them. The red-faced man and his group were obviously in this category. Chapter 145. Shameless Boasting. The red-faced man sneered and shouted to his subordinates, "Brothers, let's attack together. Except for the 2 women, kill them all." Relying on their numbers, even if they did not know the depth of Su Chen's group, he had absolute confidence that he could kill Su Chen's group in one fell swoop. "Kill!" Receiving the red-faced man's order, the others rushed over to kill. At the same time, Wu Yang and the others also attacked together. Su Chen stood in the same place, not intending to attack. Although the other party had a large number of people, most of them were ordinary people. There were only a few level 1 evolvers, and the red-faced man was the strongest among them. On the other hand, all of them were evolvers above level 1. It was too easy for them to deal with a group of ordinary people. Wu Yang rushed forward and slashed down at the red-faced man with his saber. The red-faced man also used a hacking sword. Facing Wu Yang's fierce attack, he did not hesitate to use his sword to meet it. Clang! The 2 swords collided, and the red-faced man only felt an unparalleled force crushing him. The web between his thumb and forefinger was shattered, and the hacking sword in his hand was also sent flying. "Captain Wu, don't kill him first," Su Chen reminded. Hearing this, Wu Yang put away his hacking sword and kicked the red-faced man to the ground. Although he had held back some of his strength in this kick, it was still powerful enough to break several of his opponent's ribs. Level 2 Evolver. The red-faced man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood as he screamed. To be able to injure him so easily, it must be a level 2 Evolver. When he thought about how he had provoked such a terrifying expert, his heart turned cold. At the same time, the others were also slaughtering. Shi Dainyu held the sky hammer that Su Chen had given him and killed his way into the crowd as if there was no one there. The hammer in his hand was constantly flying. Every time the hammer fell, a person would be smashed into meat paste. Even a level 1 evolver would not be able to escape the fate of being annihilated by it. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people had died at his hands, including 2 level 1 evolvers. Seeing Shi Dainyu display his invincible might, the corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched, revealing a trace of satisfaction. Ever since he had forced Shi Dainyu to kill Qin Lang, this guy seemed to have been enlightened. He was really ruthless. However, this was what he wanted to see. Because in the cruel apocalypse, if you don't act ruthlessly, how can you live peacefully? On the other side, Chao Ran and Yang Hao worked together to kill the enemy. Although their combat experience was somewhat lacking, And they did not have the physique of Sherdaniu, they were still level 1 evolvers. Working together, they were able to kill several people in a very short period of time. Tan Lin, Yang Qian, and Duo gathered together. They had a clear division of labor. Duo was in charge of covering, while Tan Lin and Yang Qian held the pulse pistol in their hands and kept killing the enemies that rushed forward. Seeing this, Su Chen clicked his tongue and secretly exclaimed, "What a pair of prodigal women!" One must know that Tan Lin and the other two were all level 1 evolvers. They had an absolute advantage against a group of ordinary people. But even under such circumstances, the two of them still used the pulse pistol. One bullet was an energy stone. Did they really think that energy stones were blown by the wind? Su Chen felt a little distressed, but thinking that they were all women and that it was their first time killing enemies, he could not dampen their enthusiasm, so he let them be. The remaining Yang Lingtian was like a killing god. The powerful strength of a level 2 evolver burst out, and no one was a match for him. Killing and injuring the enemy, they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Chapter 146. The yellow-clothed woman had wanted to take the opportunity to kill Tan Lin and Yang Qian. However, when she saw that her men were being slaughtered, she realized a very serious problem. Su Chen and his men were all evolvers, and there were at least 2 level 2 evolvers among them. The sight of so many evolvers gathered together was too frightening, and it was a little too frightening. The yellow-clothed woman knew clearly that with this group of useless soldiers, they would not be able to kill Su Chen and his men. She was afraid that they would lose their lives if they ran away too late. Thinking of this, she did not care about the red-faced man anymore and turned to run. Although Su Chen did not make a move, he was constantly paying attention to the changes in the battlefield. When he saw that the yellow-clothed woman was about to escape, he raised his hand and shot out an icicle. Just as the yellow-clothed woman turned around, the icicle shot into the back of her head and killed her on the spot. With the death of the yellow-clothed woman and the red-faced man's heavy injuries, the remaining people did not dare to continue fighting. They all fled in all directions without any regard for their lives. Su Chen wanted to kill, so he would not leave any loose ends behind. Leave a few alive, but leave no one else alive. Su Chen cast a few wood-type spells to control the 3 men. After that, he activated the rapid war boots and turned into a whistling gust of wind, chasing after the fleeing people. As Su Chen made his move, screams could be heard one after another. When the last scream came to an end, Su Chen walked back from a distance. Chao Ran, gouge out that guy's eyeballs. The moment Su Chen returned, he ordered Chao Ran. The red-faced man dared to have designs on Tan Lin and Yang Qian. He had touched Su Chen's reverse scale. It was inevitable that he would not be able to escape death. "What are you doing? Don't come over." The red-faced man was so scared that his face turned pale and he shouted loudly. However, he was controlled by Su Chen's spiritual power. Even if he shouted until his throat was broken, it was useless. Chao Ran excitedly ran forward and took out his dagger. Poochie, Poochie, he stabbed the dagger into the man's body. "Ah!" The red-faced man screamed and fainted. "You asked for it." Su Chen snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to the 3 men under his control. "Sir, we were wrong. Please let us go." The 3 men were swept by Su Chen's gaze and immediately felt a bone-piercing chill. They were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and loudly begged for mercy. Su Chen remained unmoved and asked coldly, "Where did you come from?" One of them hurriedly replied, "Sir, we are from Blue Moon Colony." "Blue Moon Gathering Place?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered, "What are you doing here instead of staying at Blue Moon's Gathering Place?" Blue Moon Colony was a medium-sized colony. It was slightly larger than Heavenly South Colony. Furthermore, it was at least 200 kilometers away from here. Could it be that so many people had come so far just to lay in ambush here for the sake of robbing? This obviously did not make sense. That person hurriedly explained, replying to Sir, Sangyu Colony was attacked by zombies. We all escaped from there. I see. Su Chen nodded slightly, but his expression suddenly became serious. With the defense of Blue Moon Colony, ordinary zombies would not be able to break through. Even a small zombie tide would not be able to break through. He was now a little suspicious. Was it Jean Jiasher who led his zombie army to do this? Regardless of whether it was true or not, this time he was going to the mountain range. He might as well kill these zombies on the way and collect more fragments. Chapter 147. After understanding the situation, Su Chen casually killed the 3 men and returned to the car with everyone. Satoshi, continue on our way. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot sped up and left. As for the red-faced man, Su Chen spared his dog life. It was not that he was soft-hearted, but in the apocalypse, being blind was actually more cruel than dying. This could be considered Su Chen's punishment for him. The rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any humans or zombies. After 2 hours, the intelligent war chariot arrived at the foot of a mountain range. This was the mountain range. Compared to the Huangzi mountain range, the mountains here were not tall, but they were connected to each other and there was no road to speak of. Su Chen glanced at the control screen and found a large number of red dots gathered in a certain place. There were at least a few hundred of them. The mountain range was the territory of the bloodthirsty boar. Needless to say, these red dots definitely represented the bloodthirsty boar. And the place where the bloodthirsty boar was entrenched must be the location of the level 3 energy stone. Let's all get out of the car. Su Chen called out and took the lead to get out of the car. The intelligent war chariot could not drive in the mountain range. If they wanted to reach the bloodthirsty boar's nest, they could only abandon the car and walk. After everyone got out of the car, Su Chen turned the intelligent war chariot to its smallest state and stored it in his storage bag. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. The intelligent war chariot was originally 20 meters long, but in the blink of an eye, it became the size of a model. This was too unbelievable. Satoshi can change its size, you don't have to make a fuss. Su Chen smiled. After listening to Su Chen's explanation and thinking of the many mysterious things on Su Chen's body, everyone was relieved. Su Chen, are we going to the bloodthirsty boar's nest? Yang Lingtian took a breath and asked. Su Chen nodded and said, the bloodthirsty Liao pig is about 8 miles ahead. When the time comes, we'll follow the old rules. In other words, all of you should be responsible for digging out the energy stones. As for the matter of killing the bloodthirsty Liao pig, leave it all to me. Everyone nodded. It was meaningless. Su Chen walked in the front, and the others also cheered up and followed closely behind. Half an hour later, Su Chen and the others appeared on a small hill. Opposite them, under a mountain peak a few hundred meters away, there were hundreds of wild boar-like mutated beasts. Each of them was at least 3 meters long, and the bigger ones were over 5 meters long. Their bodies were wrapped in a layer of brown fur, and the hairs on them were like steel needles that stood up high. 2 sharp fangs that were more than half a meter long were exposed on its long beak. One could imagine that once one was pierced by the fangs, one's fate would be very miserable. After Su Chen withdrew his gaze, he looked at Yang Lingtan and asked somewhat strangely, don't these bloodthirsty Liao boars go out to hunt? Could it be that they like to move around at night? Yang Lingtian smiled and explained, they don't need to go out to hunt because there are many energy stones here. They can eat the energy from the energy stones to fill their stomachs. These guys are really extravagant. Su Chen clicked his tongue. Every bloodthirsty Liao boar was huge in size, and there were so many of them. How many energy stones would they consume in a day? You all wait here, I'll go and kill them, Su Chen said and prepared to move. Su Chen, why don't I go with you? Wu Yang suddenly suggested. He was now a level 2 evolver, and he believed that he wouldn't be a burden to Su Chen. Let's talk about it next time. Su Chen rejected. The mutated beasts that Wu Yang killed wouldn't drop any fragments, and he urgently needed a large amount of fragments. Of course, he wouldn't let Wu Yang do it. Chapter 148. Shortly after, Su Chen and the mechanical soldiers charged towards the bloodthirsty Liao boars. Seeing a human actually dashing towards them, all the bloodthirsty Liao boars became excited, and their howls soared into the sky. In their eyes, Su Chen was not only a human, but also a delicious food. They, who were tired of eating energy stones, wanted to take this opportunity to improve their taste. Immediately after, pairs of scarlet eyes were filled with a crazed color. There was only so much delicious food, and it would belong to whoever snatched it. Realizing this point, all the bloodthirsty Liao boars rushed towards Su Chen, trying to outdo each other. As for the mechanical soldiers, they were made of metal and could not be eaten, so they were completely ignored by them. I seem to be very popular. Su Chen rubbed his nose, and when the bloodthirsty Liao boars pounced in front of him, he swept out his blade. A huge gray sickle swept out, and in an instant, dozens of bloodthirsty Liao boars died on the spot. The other bloodthirsty Liao boars that followed behind all stopped in their tracks, as if they were frightened by Su Chen's blade, and looked at Su Chen vigilantly. If they were zombies, after seeing their companions being killed, they would definitely attack Su Chen even more crazily. However, mutated beasts more or less had a trace of intelligence, and when facing a strong person, they instinctively felt a trace of fear. The bloodthirsty Liao boars did not attack, but Su Chen would not let them go. He held the enchanted divine blade and charged forward. Huge wind blades shot out from the blade, and wherever they passed, the bloodthirsty Liao boars were cut in half like paper, dying on the spot. Su Chen slashed down a few times, and hundreds of bloodthirsty Liao boars died under his blade. The surrounding air was quickly filled with the pungent smell of blood. At this time, all the bloodthirsty Liao boars were shocked by Su Chen's strength. How could this be considered food? This was clearly a killing god. Suddenly, a roar came from behind the bloodthirsty Liao boars. As soon as the roar fell, all the bloodthirsty Liao boars seemed to have received an order, and they turned around and dashed madly towards the back. F***ck. Su Chen couldn't help but curse. Now that the bloodthirsty Liao pig had run away, where would he go to get the fragments? Little Tai, kill them all. Don't let any of them go. Su Chen shouted, activated the rapid war boots, and chased after them with the enchanted magic saber. Seeing Su Chen, this killing god, chasing after it, the bloodthirsty Liao boar immediately panicked and fled in all directions without any regard for its life. Where do you think you're going? In order to kill more bloodthirsty Liao boars, Su Chen infused lightning magic into the enchanted divine saber. At the same time, the sky and earth changed color. Thunder roared. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts intertwined. Under the devastation of the lightning net, hundreds of bloodthirsty Liao boars were charred black by the electricity. The bloodthirsty Liao boar that was lucky enough to escape with its life was so scared that it started to howl. At this time, it didn't care whether it was its own kind or not. Whoever blocked its path was its enemy. With this thought in mind, the bloodthirsty Liao boar killed those of its kind that were blocking its path and running too slow, killing a way out for itself. Seeing more than a dozen bloodthirsty Liao boars die in an instant, and at the hands of its own kind, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a faint pain in his chest. Even the dead could drop fragments. You guys killed each other, but what am I supposed to kill? Su Chen was furious. He activated the rapid war boots speed buff to the limit, and turned into a fierce gale that whistled over. Go to hell! As the saber fell, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and 70 to 80 bloodthirsty Liao boars immediately died. There were less than 20 bloodthirsty Liao boars left, but even if there were less, Su Chen didn't plan to let them go. Chapter 149. There were too few bloodthirsty Liao pigs left, and it was not worth injecting magical power into. Su Chen only used the strength of an evolver. Poochie, Poochie. After a few slashes, he killed more than a dozen. However, the environment here was a bit complicated, and the bloodthirsty Liao pigs fled in different directions. In the end, 2 or 3 managed to escape. Su Chen was too lazy to chase after them. He put away the enchanted sword and looked around. When he saw the shards shining, a smile appeared on his face. He killed more than 200 bloodthirsty Liao pigs, and according to the probability of shards dropping in the past, there should be more than 20 shards. But this time, there were more than 50 shards, which was double the usual number. Sighing, Su Chen waved at Wu Yang and the others, and then began to pick up the shards. The first thing he picked up was a green shard. It was the first time a green shard appeared, and it was a brand new shard. Naturally, it aroused his interest. Picked up Heavenly 100x Strength Technique, Shard *1, 100. Shards not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Su Chen's face showed a thoughtful expression. Heavenly 100x Strength Technique seemed to be a cultivation technique or secret technique. Like the ancient god fiend body, it also required 100 shards to be used. 100 shards was definitely not a small number. It could be seen that Heavenly 100x Strength Technique was definitely extraordinary. Then he calmed down and continued to pick up the shards. Picked up Coca-Cola Fruit Seed, Shard *1, 1. Shards full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and chose to use. Originally, shards like seeds would be exchanged for energy points. But when he heard the name Coca-Cola, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. He wondered if the fruit would taste the same as Coca-Cola. After coming to the apocalypse for more than a year, he had almost forgotten the taste of Coca-Cola. Naturally, he did not want to miss this opportunity. Su Chen directly opened the planting dimension and planted the seed. Then he continued to pick up the shards. The third shard was a more valuable colored shard. Picked up Upgrade Gem, Shard *1, 1. Shards full, can be used. Use. With this one he now had 3 level-up gems. He could consider upgrading his storage bag and planting dimension. Su Chen happily put it into his storage pouch and grabbed a purple fragment. Picked up 9th Heaven Dazzling Lightning, Fragment X1. Fort 10. Fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. The 9th Heaven Dazzling Thunder was also something that Su Chen was determined to get, so naturally, he was reluctant to exchange it. After picking up the fragment, he paused for a moment and narrowed his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Today's luck is not bad. So far, he had only picked up 4 fragments, but the items that dropped were all pretty good. In particular, the appearance of the heaven-reaching 100-fold vigorous force technique made him feel a little itchy, and he couldn't wait to exchange for it. After catching his breath, Su Chen struck while the iron was hot and continued to pick up the fragments. Picked up Level 2 Pulse Cannon Fragment, *1, once 3. The fragments are not full, so they cannot be used. They can be exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. He had already collected a Level 1 Pulse Cannon and installed it on the Intelligent War Chariot. Moreover, he had 3 upgrade gems and could upgrade it at any time. There was no need to collect more Level 2 Pulse Cannon. Chapter 150. After that, Su Chen picked up the fragments even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had picked up more than 30 fragments, and good things kept dropping. What surprised him the most was that he had collected both the Serene Pool Divine Wood and the Nether Dagger, and he had reached the standard to use them. The Serene Pool Divine Wood was a wood element manifestation, and it could increase the power of wood element magic. After Su Chen chose to use it, it automatically merged with the wood element magic. In other words, the next time he used the wood element magic, its power would more than double. In addition, the Serene Pool Divine Wood also had a certain healing effect, which was a bit similar to the healing potion. Although the healing effect was not as good as the healing potion, it was not a consumable item and could be used for a long time. The Nether Dagger was similar to a normal dagger. It was crystal white and extremely sharp. Its biggest feature was that it had a certain teleportation ability, and its limit was 5 meters. It could be used for sneak attacks, and it was impossible to guard against. When Su Chen fought against enemies, he relied on his powerful strength to crush them, and he did not care about sneak attacks. Therefore, he did not want to keep it for himself. After thinking for a while, he decided to give it to Chao Ran. Chao Ran was ruthless, and he often used the dagger to gouge out people's eyes, so it was perfect to give it to him. After picking up more than 30 fragments, there were only a dozen left on the ground. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In his sight, a light purple fragment appeared. Because it was close to a purple fragment, and the two were almost the same color. In the beginning, he couldn't tell the difference. This was the first time the light purple fragment had appeared, so Su Chen naturally had to pick up this brand new fragment first. He jogged over and grabbed the light purple fragment. Picked up, recruitment system, fragment *111. The fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Since it was brand new, he naturally had to study it. After Su Chen said use, there was a tumble in his mind, and then a picture appeared. At the same time, he also received some feedback. Su Chen looked at the image. Recruitment system, level 1 recruits, 100 current number of recruits, 0 note. Increasing the current number of recruits by 1 will consume 1 energy point. Increasing the number of recruits by 1 level required 100 energy points. The number of recruits increased by 100. At first, Su Chen didn't understand what was going on. However, after reading the feedback, he understood what was going on. To put it bluntly, the soldier recruitment system was used to bind relationships with other people. For example, if he spent an energy point to bind Wu Yang, he and Wu Yang would form a connection, and this connection would not affect each other's thoughts. However, as long as the binding relationship was established, the next time Wu Yang killed a zombie, it would be the same as the one Su Chen killed, and it would also drop fragments. This was undoubtedly extremely advantageous to Su Chen. Without hesitation, he spent 8 energy points to bind Wu Yang and the others. Then he looked at the recruitment system again. When he saw that the number of recruits had changed to 8, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Although the soldier recruitment system was only an auxiliary tool, it was what Su Chen needed the most right now. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about Wu Yang and the others not dropping fragments after killing zombies. Moreover, with the help of Wu Yang and the others, the speed and number of zombies killed in the future would definitely increase, and the number of fragments dropped would also increase. Good stuff. Su Chen couldn't hide the joy in his heart and laughed wildly. This action attracted the attention of Yang Hao and the others. It's okay, you guys continue to dig for energy stones. Su Chen was a little embarrassed, and he began to pick up other fragments. Chapter 151. Picked up, exploding fruit seed, fragment *111, full of fragments, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Picked up, level 1 android battle wolf, fragment *111, cannot be used due to insufficient fragments, can be exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Picked up, sprite fruit seed, fragment *111, full of fragments, can be used or exchanged for energy points. After obtaining the sprite fruit seed, Su Chen directly planted it in the planting space, and continued to pick up fragments. Picked up, 9th Heaven Dazzling Lightning, fragment *151, cannot be used due to insufficient fragments, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Picked up, Desert Sandfire, fragment *141, cannot be used due to insufficient fragments, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Picked up, Magic Fusion Gem, fragment *1, not full of fragments, 210, cannot be used due to insufficient fragments, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Soon, there was only one fragment left on the ground, and it was a green fragment. Su Chen originally thought that it was another, through heaven 100 times great strength technique, fragment, but when he picked it up, his heart skipped a beat. Picked up, 10,000 lights 10 shadows killing technique, fragment *111, cannot be used due to insufficient fragments, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Su Chen was still very happy that something similar to an ability appeared again. Although it requires 100 fragments to be used, and the exchange price in the Doomsday Shopping Center reached 10,000 energy points, the harder it was to gather, the more powerful it was. He was very clear about this point. 10,000 energy points might seem terrifying, but as long as he slaughtered the zombie army and exchanged all the fragments for energy points, he would be able to obtain 10,000 energy points. However, he felt that it was not worth it. After picking up the fragments, Su Chen took out an upgrade gem and upgraded the storage bag to 30 cubic meters. The reason why he chose to upgrade the storage bag was because there were too many bloodthirsty Liao pigs that were killed, and they were the best ingredients for barbecue. It would be a waste if he did not store more. Originally, the storage bag only had a space of 20 cubic meters. It was simply not enough to hold a few bloodthirsty Liao boars. After upgrading his storage bag, Su Chen began to collect some of the bloodthirsty Liao boars that were still in relatively good condition. He didn't stop until his storage bag was almost full. Half an hour later, Wu Yang and the others had finished digging out the energy stones and gathered around Su Chen. "Uncle Yang, where are the energy stones?" Su Chen had never seen an energy stone before, so he didn't know where it was. He asked Yang Lingtian about it. Yang Lingtian looked around and his gaze quickly fell on a cave. He pointed at it and said, "It should be in that cave." Su Chen turned his head to look and found that the entrance of the cave was very big, but it was pitch black inside. He did not know where it led to. "Let's go in and have a look." Su Chen took the lead and walked into the cave. After entering, he took out the intelligent war chariot and ordered, "Satoshi, grow to about 1 meter and turn on the lights." The cave was pitch black. If there was no light, nothing could be seen. The intelligent war chariot received the order and quickly grew to more than 1 meter long. It also turned on the lights. As the two glaring lights shot out, the cave suddenly became bright and dazzling. At this moment, everyone began to look around. They saw that the stone wall was bare, and there was no sign of any energy stones. The energy stones couldn't have been eaten up by the bloodthirsty Liao boars, right? Su Chen frowned and muttered, "There must be more energy stones here. Otherwise, the bloodthirsty Liao boars would not occupy this place." Yang Lingtian said with certainty. Chapter 152. Su Chen nodded and continued walking into the cave. Since there were no signs of the energy stones outside, they must be inside. The cave was very deep. They only reached the end after walking for about 400 meters. There was a sparkling light on the stone wall at the end of the cave. It was as bright as the stars. Su Chen took a deep breath and walked closer to examine the wall. There were dozens of thumb-sized white crystals embedded on the hard stone wall. They were glowing brightly. "Uncle Yang, are these energy stones?" Su Chen was a little excited. The white crystals did not look very different from energy stones. However, he was not sure if they were energy stones. "They are energy stones and they are of high quality. They are at least level 1 and above," Yang Lingtian said excitedly. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. The appearance of energy stones meant that there might be an energy stone mine here. The value of an energy stone mine was unimaginable. There was no doubt that this place was a treasure trove. "Let's do it." Su Chen licked his lips and took out the super electric drill and started drilling. As a large number of stones were broken, the dozens of energy stones quickly fell to the ground. Then, a large number of energy stones appeared on the stone wall. There were at least a few hundred of them. The largest one was half the size of an egg. "Uncle Yang, is this energy stone level 3? Su Chen pointed at the largest energy stone and asked. Yang Lingtian looked at it for a while and said excitedly, "This looks like a level 4 energy stone." "A level 4 energy stone." Everyone in the cave exclaimed in surprise. Su Chen swallowed his saliva. At first, he thought that he would be lucky to get a level 3 energy stone. He did not expect to get a level 4 energy stone. The value of a level 4 energy stone was much higher than a level 3 energy stone. It was enough to exchange for more than 10 level 3 energy stones. Su Chen could not hide his joy. His eyes narrowed into slits. After catching his breath, he continued to dig for energy ores. When the exposed energy ores were dug out, a large number of energy ores appeared inside. It was as if there was an endless supply of energy ores. Su Chen enjoyed this feeling very much, and the more he dug, the more motivated he became. An hour later, more than 1,000 energy stones had been excavated. Among them, most were common energy ores. There were also quite a number of level 1 and 2 energy ores. As for level 3 energy ores, there were only 3 of them. What Su Chen needed the most now was a level 3 energy stone because he planned to upgrade his mechanical soldier to level 3. Meanwhile, once it reached level 3, it would require a level 3 energy stone or energy stone to power it. 3 level 3 energy stones were obviously too few. However, he was not discouraged in the slightest. Through his spiritual power, he discovered that there were still many energy ores inside the stone wall. Compared to the extracted energy ores, the real bulk of the ores was still inside. Jianghu, take a break. Let me dig for a while, Jianghu suggested. Su Chen had been digging for an hour, and it was time for him to take a break. Moreover, Su Chen was fully deserving of being their boss. How could they let their boss do such a rough job as digging for energy ores? They could do it as his underlings. All right, you do it. Su Chen nodded. Jianghu had used the super electric drill once, so he had some experience in digging. He then placed the super electric drill in Jianghu's hands. Chapter 153. While the others were digging for energy stones, Su Chen was not idle either. He took out the omnipotent oven, processed the bloodthirsty Liao boar's corpse, and began to roast the meat. Humans were iron, and rice was steel. One would be hungry if they did not eat. Only when they were full would they be motivated. Since it was mealtime, Su Chen decided to be the chef. Soon, the cave was filled with the aroma of meat. Jianghu smelled the aroma of the meat and became spirited, and his digging speed increased. Su Chen ate a few hundred skewers in a row. When he felt that it was enough, he opened the planting dimension to check. In the planting dimension, except for the hard fruit seed and the exploding fruit seed, he had planted one of each of the other fruits. The Coca-Cola fruit and Sprite fruit that he had just planted had already matured. Moreover, there were 10 fruits on each tree, and they were about the size of coconuts. Su Chen picked one of each fruit and studied it. Soon, he figured out that the Coca-Cola fruit and Sprite fruit had the same structure as coconuts, except for their appearance. The skin was wrapped with juice, and the taste was exactly the same as the Coca-Cola and Sprite fruit. Su Chen was eating barbecued meat and drinking a drink at the same time. He was very comfortable. At one point, he even had the illusion that living in the apocalypse was not so terrible. Instead, it was a little leisurely and carefree. However, he immediately thought that the reason he could live so leisurely was mainly because of the fragments. Without the fragments, he would have been struggling to survive somewhere, or he would have become a zombie and become a walking corpse. Su Chen gathered his thoughts and called out, "Everyone, take a break. It's time to eat." Sherdaniu, Chao Ran, and Yang Hao, the 3 gluttons, rushed in front of Su Chen and ate the roast meat. Although they had been eating roast meat for the past few days, the 3 of them gave off the feeling that they had not eaten meat for more than a year. They ate like wolves and tigers, and they did not care about their image at all. Eat slowly. There's plenty of barbecue. Don't choke. Su Chen joked with a smile. Ooh, got it, Jianghu. Although Sherdaniu agreed, he didn't slow down at all. Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head and didn't say much. Then he plucked a few fruits from the planting space. Everyone had seen and eaten the other fruits before, but it was their first time seeing the Coca-Cola fruit and the Sprite fruit. Jianghu, what are the names of these 2 fruits? Yang Hao asked curiously. Su Chen thought about it and said, "Let's call it the fruit beverage. They don't eat it, but drink it." Drinks? Drink? Everyone's interest was piqued. Jianghu, can I have a taste? Yang Hao rubbed his hands, a little impatient. Since Su Chen took it out, he wanted to share it with everyone. Then he poured a cup of each fruit and distributed it. Jianghu took a sip of the Coca-Cola first. After taking a sip, he frowned slightly, but then a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. He smacked his tongue and commented, "It tastes a little strange, but it's really delicious." "Is that true?" Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all tasted it. "It's really special. White is more energetic, white is better. I think red is more flavorful." Soon after, the cave was filled with laughter and laughter. Chapter 154. After eating and drinking their fill, the excavation work continued. Due to the large reserve of energy stones, they would not be able to finish digging in a short period of time. Su Chen assigned tasks. Adhering to the principle of resting people and not resting machines, they took turns. Whoever was tired would come down to rest, and someone else would take over. Just like that, after a day and night of continuous digging, all the energy stones were finally dug out. Looking at the energy stones piled up like a small mountain on the ground, Su Chen's eyes were wide open. After that, it was time to sort and count. Normal energy stones were grouped together, level 1 energy stones were grouped together. After another 2 hours, the sorting and counting work was completed. When they found out the final number, everyone was shocked beyond words. 27,400 normal energy stones. 836 level 1 energy stones. 126 level 2 energy stones. 37 level 3 energy stones. 2 level 4 energy stones. All the energy stones added up to close to 30,000, which was undoubtedly a huge fortune. Su Chen did not distribute this batch of energy stones because they were not very useful to others. At most, they could buy some pills that could increase cultivation. However, how could those pills be compared to the vitality potion? They were not on the same level at all, and there was no comparison at all. If they wanted to advance, Su Chen could exchange vitality potion from the Doomsday Mall for them to consume at any time. Of course, at present, they had just advanced and still needed some time to consolidate, so they did not need to advance for the time being. Su Chen did not distribute the energy stones, but the others were not dissatisfied at all. This was because they all knew that by following Su Chen, they would be able to eat and drink, and they would not have to live in fear all day long. They would even have the opportunity to advance. A mere energy stone was nothing to him. "Su Chen, what's our next plan?" Wu Yang asked. Su Chen originally planned to go to the Blue Moon Colony to kill zombies after digging out the energy stones, but he did not expect there to be so many energy stones, so much so that everyone was tired for a day and a night. He said, "Let's rest here for the night and go to the Blue Moon Colony tomorrow." Everyone was indeed tired, but they all agreed. After a while, Su Chen began to upgrade the intelligent war vehicle. With more than 20,000 energy stones in hand, he finally experienced what it meant to be rich. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, as long as the intelligent war chariot could be upgraded, he would upgrade them all. After the upgrade, the intelligent war chariot could reach a maximum size of 50 meters, and its top speed was 150 miles per hour. Its detection range had been expanded from the original 10 kilometers to 50 kilometers. Other than that, it also had an additional attack method. It could release the magnetic storm net, which could cause fatal damage to zombies below level 3. The magnetic storm net was also considered an AoE attack. In addition, the level S Gatling gun and the level 1 pulse cannon were installed. It could be said that the current intelligent war chariot was full of firepower, and it was definitely a great weapon to kill zombies. "Satoshi, what form are you in now? What level are you at now?" Su Chen was quite concerned about this. When the intelligent war chariot was upgraded to its final form, it could travel through the universe. He wanted to use this to deduce how far the intelligent war chariot was from its final form. Replying to Master, "I'm only level 2 now. It's still a very weak stage." "Very weak stage?" Su Chen rubbed his nose. With the intelligent war chariot as current lethality and defense, it was almost an existence that could sweep across Thousand Feather Island. Only evolvers of level 4 and above could cause damage to it. It was already so powerful, but it was still a very weak stage? Wasn't this too modest? Chapter 155. How many energy stones do you need to upgrade to level 3? Su Chen asked again. Once the intelligent chariot was upgraded to level 3, its defense and attack power would definitely increase exponentially. By then, even a level 4 evolver would not be able to do anything to it. This was something he was looking forward to. I need 100 level 3 energy stones or energy stones. 100. Su Chen muttered. He only had 37 level 3 energy stones now, which was still quite a distance away from 100. Moreover, he planned to leave the level 3 energy stones for the mechanical soldier, so he could only give up on the idea of upgrading it for the time being. However, even if the intelligent chariot was not upgraded, its current level 2 state was enough to sweep through an area. After a while, he filled the level S Gatling gun and level 1 pulse cannon with the remaining normal energy stones and level 1 energy stones. In addition to the energy stones that were originally installed, the level S Gatling gun now had more than 10,000 bullets. It was enough to wipe out a small zombie horde. Then, Su Chen took out an upgrade gem. Now that he had a level 3 energy stone, it was time to upgrade the mechanical soldier to level 3. After using an upgrade gem, this mechanical soldier was successfully upgraded to level 3. The level 3 mechanical soldier was still about 2 meters tall, but its body was much stronger than before. Thinking about how the mechanical soldier was made of metal, its defense would definitely be much stronger than an evolver of the same level. It might even be a little stronger than a level 4 evolver. Therefore, the true combat power of the level 3 mechanical soldier was actually comparable to a level 4 evolver. After that, Su Chen put the level 2 and level 4 energy stones into his storage bag and found a place to rest. After resting for a night, the next morning, Su Chen and the others left the mountain range full of energy. The moment they walked out of the mountain range, Su Chen took out the intelligent chariot and made it 15 meters long. The current limit of the intelligent chariot could reach 50 meters, but Su Chen felt that they did not need too much space with just the few of them. Moreover, the bigger the intelligent war chariot became, the more energy stones it would consume. There was no need to waste them. As soon as he got into the car, a red light flashed on the central control panel and an alarm sounded. Warning, 5 kilometers ahead, a large number of zombies have been discovered. Estimated to be more than 10,000, they are rapidly approaching us. A small zombie tide? Su Chen murmured as his eyes lit up. He had originally planned to head to Blue Moon's colony to hunt zombies, but he never thought that the zombies would actually take the initiative to come to him, saving him a lot of time. The other people were also shocked. They were eager to try, as if they were looking forward to the arrival of the zombies. If it was in the past, when they heard that 10,000 zombies were approaching, they would have run away immediately. However, things were different now. Now that their strength had greatly increased, they were full of confidence in themselves. More importantly, they were with Su Chen. There was no need to mention Su Chen's strength. Coupled with the powerful firepower of the intelligent war chariot, not to mention dealing with a small zombie horde of more than 10,000. Even if they were to face a medium-sized zombie horde of more than 10,000, they would still be able to fight. Get ready. When the zombies come later, you guys will kill them with me, Su Chen said. Killing zombies could increase their combat experience, and they could also quickly consolidate their cultivation. Su Chen was also thinking for them. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had the soldier recruitment system and were bound to each other. No matter who killed the zombies, there was a chance that a fragment would drop. Otherwise, he would really have to think about it. Chenggu, can we also kill zombies? Yang Hao's eyes lit up. At the same time, he had some doubts in his heart. In the past, the job of killing zombies was done by Su Chen alone. Why did he agree to let them do it together this time? Chapter 156. Of course, Su Chen replied affirmatively. That's great. Yang Hao jumped up in joy. Ever since he became a level 1 evolutionary, he rarely had the chance to fight. This time, he could finally join the ranks of the zombies and fight alongside Su Chen. Danyu, let's see who can kill the most zombies this time. Chao Ran waved the machete in his hand and winked at Danyu. Danyu gripped the sky hammer and smiled. Brother Chao, I won't let you win. Yang Qian, Tan Lin, and Duo also gathered together to discuss. Last time, when they fought against the people from Tsangyue Colony, they worked together to kill the enemy and had a tacit understanding. This time, they obviously wanted to team up again. Compared to the others who were eager to try, Wu Yang was much calmer. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he quietly asked Su Chen, why are the zombies coming straight for us? They had just come out of the mountain range, so the zombies shouldn't have been able to find them. So why were the zombies coming straight for them? Su Chen had thought of this before, so he said, they shouldn't be coming for us. There are a lot of energy stones here, so they are probably here for the energy stones. This was only a guess, so he couldn't be sure. But no matter whether it was true or not, as long as the zombies dared to come, he would kill them all without mercy. Wu Yang nodded slightly, agreeing with Su Chen's words. But then he frowned again and said, normal zombies don't have intelligence, so how would they know that there are energy stones here? Even if they knew, they wouldn't come in groups to kill us, right? You mean, there is an intelligent zombie in there? Su Chen's eyelids suddenly twitched. Once a zombie had intelligence, it had the potential to become a zombie king. Moreover, the zombie army it led was more destructive. That should be it. Wu Yang nodded and asked in a low voice, are we still going to hunt zombies? Knowing that there was another intelligent zombie commander in the zombie crowd, he started to worry. Su Chen didn't care and smiled. Possessing intelligence only means that it's smarter than ordinary zombies. It doesn't mean that it's strong. Seeing that Su Chen did not take it to heart, Wu Yang reminded him, you'd better be careful. Su Chen wasn't just representing himself now, but the leader of their group. Once something went wrong, they would fall apart. Knowing that Wu Yang was doing this for his own good, Su Chen smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, even if it's a level 4 zombie, I can easily kill it. Wu Yang's expression flickered as he stared blankly at Su Chen. He knew Su Chen very well. Su Chen never spoke without thinking. If he said that he could kill a level 4 zombie, he would definitely be able to do it. However, after confirming this point, his heart trembled violently again. There was no other reason. He was once again deeply shocked by Su Chen's strength. Invincible among the same level. Killing enemies above his level. So this was Su Chen's true strength. After discussing with Wu Yang for a while, Su Chen took out 8 bottles of antivirus potion from his storage bag and gave one to each person. He also told them the effects. Among the 8 people, Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian were fine, but it was the first time for the others to face so many zombies. In order to avoid being bitten by zombies, he prepared the antivirus potion in advance. Chapter 157. Half an hour later, the army of zombies rushed over. Their ferocious and terrifying faces appeared in front of Su Chen and the others. However, what was surprising was that the zombie horde strangely stopped when they were more than 10 meters away from them. Normally, zombies would rush toward humans when they saw them. They would never stop to confront them. That meant that there must be a zombie who could give orders in the zombie horde. That zombie must be powerful enough to intimidate the other zombies. Why aren't the zombies attacking us? Yang Hao swallowed his saliva and mumbled. The others also looked at each other. Apart from doubt, they were more nervous. They were well prepared. With Su Chen by their side, they felt that they would not be in any danger. However, it was their first time facing such a huge zombie horde. They felt suffocated by the terrifying aura. After a while, a tall and strong old man with silver hair walked out of the zombie horde. He looked old, but his steps were vigorous. Every step he took gave people a sense of firmness. His entire body exuded a majestic aura, as if an emperor had descended, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. Jean Isher, it's you. Wu Yang's eyelids twitched as he exclaimed when the silver-haired old man appeared. He had worked with Jin Yishe in Tiannan Colony for many years. Naturally, he recognized him at first glance. Of course, Jin Yishe was different from before. The main difference was that his face was covered with bruises. Not only did he look ferocious, but he also looked lifeless. Ha! Jin Yishe laughed wildly. He looked at Wu Yang and said in a deep voice, "Wu Yang, I didn't expect you to still be alive. I'm in need of a capable person. You can stay by my side and build a great career together." Jin Yishe was now a zombie. Anyone who stayed by his side should be a zombie as well. In other words, he was going to turn Wu Yang into a zombie as well. Wu Yang frowned and said coldly, "Jin Yishe, you turned into a zombie for your own selfish reasons. You have killed so many people. How can I, Wu Yang, work with someone like you?" If it was before, he would not have dared to talk to Jin Yishe in such a tone. However, things were different now. He was now a level 2 evolver, and he had the strength to fight against Jin Jiashi. Moreover, Su Chen was here. No matter how strong Jin Yishe was, he could not do anything to Su Chen. "I haven't seen you for a few days. You've become arrogant." Jin Yishe smiled coldly. He stared at Wu Yang and said coldly, "Since you're up to no good, I'll subdue you myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped on the ground, causing sand and pebbles to fly up. He was like a ferocious beast. He rushed toward Wu Yang. Before the person arrived, a wave of murderous aura came pressing over with an overwhelming force. Level 3 zombies. Wu Yang's expression changed. Jin Yishe's speed was too fast. A level 2 zombie could not be compared to him. Furthermore, the strength of a level 3 zombie was not something that a level 2 evolver like him could fight against. At this time, Wu Yang was terrified to the extreme. He looked to Su Chen for help. Su Chen was stunned when he saw Jin Yishe's speed. He remembered that Jin Yishe was only a level 2 evolutionary before he became a zombie. Now, he was level 3 in the blink of an eye. Jin Yishe was surprised by the speed of his advancement. "Xiao Tai, go up and meet him," Su Chen ordered the mechanical soldier. The mechanical soldier had not fought since it was level 3. He did not know how strong it was. This was the best time to test it out. Chapter 158. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the mechanical soldier charged forward with its machete. Its speed was not much slower than Golden File's. Seeing this, Wu Yang's expression suddenly changed. He clearly remembered that the mechanical soldier was only a level 2 puppet in the Huangzi mountain range. How did it become a level 3 puppet in the blink of an eye? A level 3 puppet. Golden File was also shocked. The mechanical soldier, which was like a lump of metal in his eyes, had the speed of a level 3 evolver. He had seen puppets before, but he had never heard of a level 3 puppet. However, even if he knew that the mechanical soldier was a level 3 puppet, he was still fearless. As a level 3 zombie with intelligence, he had absolute confidence in himself. Zombies were much stronger than human beings at the same level. Relying on this advantage, zombies were much stronger than humans. With this advantage, he was confident that he could even fight a level 4 evolver. A mere level 3 puppet was naturally nothing to him. A level 3 puppet dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Golden File laughed wildly and charged forward with a giant axe. The two quickly approached each other, and the machete and axe collided fiercely. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering collision, both Golden File and the mechanical soldier retreated a few steps at the same time. After the collision, it could be determined that the two were evenly matched in terms of strength. Golden File's face became gloomier as he failed to gain the upper hand. As if he was unwilling to give up, he growled and charged forward again with the giant axe in his hand. The mechanical soldier was even more fearless. It aimed its machete at Golden File's head and slashed it. He actually ignored Golden File Stone's giant axe, which was cleaving horizontally at him. It was a fight to the death. Jin Jiashi was startled. If he did not care about it, his axe would definitely be able to severely injure the mechanical soldier. However, at the same time, he would also suffer a fatal blow. Faced with the mechanical soldier's suicidal attack, he felt very aggrieved and helpless. He could only withdraw his giant axe and block. When experts fought, one step behind would always be behind. In addition, the mechanical soldier did not care about its own injuries and attacked Golden File's vital parts with its machete. Golden File could not even raise his head and could only defend passively. He was completely at a disadvantage. Little Tai's performance is not bad. Su Chen nodded slightly when he saw the mechanical soldier suppressing Golden File. This was his recognition of the mechanical soldier's strength. At the same time, he could tell that Jin Jiashi was much stronger than Huang Can. Even though they were both level 3, zombies were still stronger than humans. Of course, an alien like him was not included in this list. Little Tai, come back. After watching for a while, Su Chen called the mechanical soldier back. Although the mechanical soldier could suppress Golden File, it was impossible to kill it in a short period of time. There were still so many zombies waiting to be killed. He didn't want to waste time. After the mechanical soldier returned to his side, Su Chen slowly walked toward the Golden File. Jin Jianshu did not know why the mechanical soldier had retreated, but he could not care less. He started panting heavily. The mechanical soldier's storm-like attacks had scared him so much that he was drenched in cold sweat and exhausted. However, when he suddenly noticed a young man coming towards him, his brows knitted together again. He felt that the young man in front of him looked familiar, but he could not remember who he was. He raised his voice and asked, "Kid, who are you? Why do I feel that you look familiar?" Chapter 159. Old Jin, I'm also from Tiannan Colony. Su Chen squinted his eyes and smiled. But I was just an insignificant character in the past. Maybe you didn't pay attention to me. You're also from Tiannan Colony? Golden Fashionstone looked at Su Chen carefully, then pointed at the mechanical soldier, and asked, That level 3 puppet is yours? Su Chen nodded and didn't comment. Jin Jianshu was shocked. What do you want to do? If the level 3 mechanical soldier was Su Chen's, why didn't he let it follow him? What was his purpose for coming alone? Wasn't he afraid of being killed? I only have one purpose. The corner of Su Chen's lips curled up as he taunted, to kill you. Jin Jianshu's eyes widened. He thought he heard wrong. If the mechanical soldier was here, he might be a little afraid. But how could Su Chen be so arrogant? He was a powerful level 3 zombie, and only level 4 evolvers could threaten him. Even a level 4 evolver would not be able to kill him easily. Su Chen was not even 20 years old. Even if he was born in his mother's womb, he would at most be a level 2 evolver. A level 2 evolver dared to say that he could kill a level 3 zombie? This was such a comical and laughable matter. Brat, did you take the wrong medicine? You dare to fight with me? Jin Jiashi stared at Su Chen, his face full of disdain and mockery. I only need 1 slash to kill you. Su Chen's face was expressionless. After injecting the thunder magic into the enchanted sword, he slashed out. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning gathered into a blue torrent and shot out from the sword. The terrifying killing intent of the lightning spread out and shrouded the entire space in the surroundings. The wind and clouds rose, and the sky changed color. Even though Wu Yang and the others were far away, they could still feel their hearts palpitating. What kind of killer move is this? Golden File Stone was even more frightened. In the face of the surging blue torrent, he knew that it was impossible to escape. He could only grit his teeth and block the giant axe in front of him. The blue torrent rushed forward and instantly submerged the Golden File Stone. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters around the Golden File Stone was scorched black. On the other hand, the Golden File Stone was blasted to smithereens, turning into dust that was invisible to the naked eye and dispersing into the air. Too fierce. Wu Yang clicked his tongue. Even though they knew that Su Chen was powerful, they were still deeply shocked when they saw Su Chen kill a level 3 zombie in one hit. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and scanned the area. Soon, 3 purple beams of light appeared in his line of sight. 3 fragments. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. In the past, when he killed zombies, at most 2 fragments would drop, and it had only appeared once. It was rare to see 3 fragments drop at once. Su Chen was not in a hurry to pick them up. After the golden file stone died, the zombies started to become restless. Roar! Then, a roar came from the zombie horde. Their blood-red eyes were filled with a layer of bloodlust as they sized up Su Chen and the others. Su Chen knew that without the suppression of the golden file stone, the zombies had returned to their original nature. They were obviously treating them as food. Don't just stand there, let's do it. Su Chen called out and rushed towards the zombie horde. Wu Yang and the others reacted and attacked as well. At the same time, the zombies were also enraged and rushed forward. A merciless massacre was also on display at this moment. Kill! Sherdania held the heaven hammer and smashed it down. 2 normal zombies that rushed forward were smashed into 2 piles of meat paste. Chapter 161. Picked up, Level 1 Pulse Pistol, Fragment X1, 1-1. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and chose to use it. Level 1 Pulse Pistol was no longer useful to him. He had already given the previous 2 to Tan Lin and Yang Qian. He decided to give this one to Duo. Although Duo was also a Level 1 evolver, she was only 7 years old. Having an extra weapon in hand could be considered as one more life-saving means. After putting the Level 1 Pulse Pistol into the storage pouch, Su Chen continued to pick up fragments. Picked up, Magic Fusion Gem, Fragment X1, 2-10. Fragments are not full. Cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Picked up, Meteorite Iron Sword, Fragment X1, 1-1. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. After saying that, a 2-meter-long heavy sword appeared in Su Chen's hand. It weighed more than 200 kilograms. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian were both good at using swords. No matter who it would be fine to give it to. However, Meteorite Iron Sword was somewhat similar to the broadsword in Wu Yang's hand. It should be more suitable for Wu Yang. After putting away Meteorite Iron Sword, Su Chen grabbed a yellow fragment. Picked up Moutai Fruit Seed, Fragment X1, 1-1. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. With the experience of Coca-Cola fruit, Su Chen guessed that after Moutai Fruit Seed was planted, the fruit should be Moutai Wine. After planting the seed into plant dimension, Su Chen suddenly found a purple gold fragment not far away. There was no doubt that the purple gold fragment was also a new type of fragment. Su Chen trotted forward and grabbed it. Picked up 2,000 energy points, Fragment X1, 1-1. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. What is this? Energy points can be dropped? And 2,000 energy points? Su Chen almost thought that he had misheard. He trembled and said, use. This time, nothing appeared in his hand. Thinking that energy points were the exchange points that belonged to the Doomsday Shopping Center, he hurriedly opened the Doomsday Shopping Center to check. When he saw that his energy points had become 2,456 points, he almost fainted from excitement. If the 2,000 energy points were exchanged for fragments, it would be 2,000 fragments. He would need to kill 20,000 zombies to obtain so many fragments. But now, just by picking up a purple gold fragment, he had gained 2,000 energy points. Happiness came too suddenly. For a time, he had a misconception that he didn't know if it was real or not. However, after looking at it for a while and confirming that it was indeed 2,456 energy points, Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. The significance of 2,000 energy points was extraordinary. Level 4 all attributes, fragment only required 500 energy points. Level 5 Gale Thunder Black Eagle also cost 500 energy points. In other words, as long as Su Chen was willing, he could turn himself into a level 4 Evolver or a level 4 Psychic, or even a level 5 Psychic. As for the level 5 Wind Thunder Black Eagle, he could exchange for 4 at once. What was the concept of 4 level 5 beasts? They could completely slaughter the entire Jianghu island. Evolvers, zombies, mutant beasts, and aliens were all like ants in front of level 5 beasts. Su Chen took a deep breath and didn't intend to exchange for the time being. Although he was only at level 3, his true strength was enough to crush level 4 beasts. There was almost no one on Jianghu Island who could pose a threat to him. There was no need to rush to exchange. In addition to this, what he desired most was the ancient god fiend body. He wanted to accumulate energy points. Although he didn't know what the ancient god fiend body was, he had a vague feeling that as long as he got it, he would definitely go further on the path of invincibility. Chapter 162. Picking up a purple gold fragment by accident made Su Chen even more motivated, and the speed of picking up fragments also increased. Picked up War God Armor, Fragment X1, 150. Fragments not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. The name, War God Armor, sounded awesome, and the number of fragments required was the same as level 5 Wind Thunder Black Eagle. This kind of thing, Su Chen would not easily exchange it for energy points. Then he grabbed another yellow fragment. Picked up Wanglaji Fruit Seed, Fragment X1, 11. Fragments full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Su Chen realized that he had been fighting with the beverage seeds recently, and if this continued, that's planting space would not be able to hold them anymore. But if he did not plant them, it would be a waste to keep them in his storage bag. So, he took out the last upgrade gem and upgraded the planting space to 20 cubic meters. After successfully planting the Wanglaji fruit seed, Su Chen aimed for a blue fragment and grabbed it. Picked up Charged Shield, Fragment X1, 11. Fragments full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. A palm-sized blue round shield appeared in Su Chen's hand. It looked inconspicuous, but with an energy stone installed, it could create a meter-sized energy shield that could withstand a powerful attack from a level 2 Evolver or level 2 Mage. Not bad. Su Chen nodded and kept it in his storage bag. Charged Shield was useless to him, but it was very useful to others. It could even save their lives at a critical moment. Picked up Phoenix Feather Spear, Fragment X1, 11. Fragments full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. None of them liked to use spears, so Su Chen decided to exchange it for energy points. Picked up Hard Fruit Seed, Fragment X1, 11. Fragments full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Picked up Mysterious Ice of the Netherworld, Fragment X1, 110. Fragments full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Picked up Level 2 Mechanical Soldier, Fragment *1, 1/10. Fragments are not full, so can't be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Su Chen already had a Level 3 Mechanical Soldier, and a Level 2 Mechanical Soldier was nothing to him. Picked up Black Iron Saber, Fragment *1, 1/1. The fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. A black saber about 1 meter long appeared in Su Chen's hand. He would leave the meteorite iron saber to Wu Yang and give the black iron saber to Yang Lingtian. In this way, almost everyone had a weapon that they could use. Putting the black iron saber into the storage bag, Su Chen continued to pick up the fragments. Picked up Bread Tree Seed, Fragment *1, 1/1. Full of fragments, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Picked up, Magic Fusion Gem, Fragment X1, 3/10. Fragments are not full, so cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Picked up, Rechargeable Flashlight, Fragment *111. Fragments are not full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Rechargeable Flashlight had the same function as the flashlight in his previous life. It was used for illumination. Logically speaking, this thing was useless, but since it was the first time it appeared, Su Chen still exchanged for it. Chapter 163. After nearly 2 hours, Su Chen finished collecting all the fragments. Most of them were exchanged for energy points, which had broken through the 3,000 mark and became 3,358 energy points. I'm not far from exchanging for the ancient god-fiend body. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Although there was still a gap of more than 6,000, Jin Jianshi's zombie army was more than 100,000. As long as the rest were killed, the day of exchanging for the ancient god-fiend body was just around the corner. After a while, he sighed and began to help dig for the energy stones. More than 10,000 zombies were killed. Wu Yang and the rest kept digging, but they had only dug less than half of the stones. When the sky gradually darkened, all the energy stones were finally dug out. Su Chen called everyone to get in the car and left. Satoshi, head towards Jianghu colony. Stop 3 kilometers away. Su Chen instructed. Jianghu colony was most likely occupied by Jin Jianshi, so there must be a lot of zombies inside. Su Chen's purpose was to kill all the zombies in one fell swoop. However, the sky was already dark, and after killing 10,000 zombies, everyone was a little tired. Su Chen planned to rest for the night and kill the zombies in Jianghu colony the next morning. While the intelligent chariot was moving slowly, Su Chen took out the weapons that had been dropped and distributed them. Duduo, I'll give you a pulse pistol. In the future, you can kill zombies like your 2 sisters. Su Chen said and put the level 1 pulse pistol in Shiduo's hand. Brother Chen, thank you. Shiduo took the level 1 pulse pistol and ran to Yang Qian and Tan Lin. She shouted excitedly, Sister Tan Lin, Sister Yang Qian, I have a pistol too. When Shiduo was fierce, she even dared to kill people. She was a little witch. When she was with Yang Qian and Tan Lin, she became a cute little girl next door. Su Chen knew that the little girl next door was Shiduo's true nature. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, Shiduo was still working hard to change herself. She knew that if she wasn't ruthless, she wouldn't be able to survive in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. Later, Su Chen took out the meteorite iron saber and the black iron saber and gave them to Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian respectively. They were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Yang Hao, Chao Ran, you two come here. Su Chen called out. Chenggu, we're here. Chao Ran and Yang Hao knew that Su Chen was going to give them weapons. Their faces were brimming with radiant smiles. The dagger is yours. The shield is yours. Su Chen distributed the items according to their needs. He gave the nether dagger to Chao Ran and the charged shield to Yang Hao. Chenggu, how do I use this thing? Yang Hao was a little puzzled. Although he knew that Su Chen's item wouldn't be bad, he still felt that the palm-sized disc in his hand was a little too inconspicuous. Install the energy stone and press the switch, Su Chen said as he demonstrated. When he saw a blue energy passport appear in front of him, Yang Hao was surprised and asked, Chenggu, is this used for defense? Su Chen nodded. It can withstand a full blow from a level 2 evolver. Really? Yang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned to Yang Lingtian and said, Dad, why don't you try slashing me? Yang Lingtian swallowed his saliva and rolled his eyes at Yang Hao. He thought, how can a father slash his son? Moreover, what if the shield doesn't work? Uncle Wu, please slash me. Seeing that Yang Lingtian wasn't moved, Yang Hao began to beg again. Chapter 164. Wu Yang looked at Su Chen and asked for Su Chen's opinion. Captain Wu, don't worry about him. Su Chen smiled faintly. Since Su Chen said so, Wu Yang was relieved. He told Yang Hao, get ready, I'm going to do it. Come on, Uncle Wu. Yang Hao put the shield in front of him, his body trembling slightly. Seeing that Yang Hao was ready, Wu Yang held the meteoric iron sword and slashed at him. Clang. Yang Hao was thrown to the ground by a huge force. He looked a little embarrassed, but he was unharmed. This thing can really withstand a blow from a level 2 evolver. Yang Hao was excited. Wu Yang could not break the shield even after using the meteoric iron sword. This was enough to show the strength of the rechargeable shield. Chen Ge, does my dagger have any special functions? Chao Ran thought and asked Su Chen. Yang Hao's small disc seemed inconspicuous, but it had a strong defense. Would his dagger have any special functions? It's very sharp and it's very suitable for gouging out eyeballs, Su Chen said seriously. Ah! Chao Ran was dumbfounded. Although he had gouged out eyeballs twice, he did not have to mention it all the time. It was as if he liked gouging out eyeballs. Also, just to make it easier to gouge out eyeballs, he gave him a dagger? Looking at Chao Ran's dumbfounded expression, Su Chen did not want to tease him anymore. He said, gouging eyeballs is only one of its features. Its biggest feature is teleportation, within a range of 5 meters. Teleportation? Chao Ran muttered with a serious expression. Su Chen held the netherworld dagger in his hand and said, you can control it with your mind. Let me show you. As soon as he finished speaking, the nether dagger in his hand suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it stopped in front of Chao Ran's right eye, almost touching his eyeball. Did you see that? This is its teleportation ability, Su Chen said faintly. Chengano, can you take it away? Chao Ran smiled bitterly. Just now, when the nether dagger suddenly appeared in front of him, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If Su Chen couldn't control it, his right eye would be ruined. Su Chen returned the nether dagger to Chao Ran and asked with a smile, what do you think of this dagger? It's very strong. It's very suitable for sneak attacks and sneak attacks, Chao Ran said with a nod. The ability to teleport was not something that just anyone could have. Just this alone could make it impossible to guard against and catch people off guard. I also think that the nether dagger suits your temperament very well. Su Chen patted Chao Ran's shoulder, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What does Chen Ge mean? Is he praising me? Or is he mocking me? Chao Ran was stunned again. After distributing the weapons, Su Chen took out the omnipotent oven and began to prepare dinner. The interior of the car was soon filled with laughter and chatter. After eating and drinking, everyone found a place to rest. Since they were in the intelligent war chariot, they did not have to worry about encountering any danger at all. One by one, they quickly fell asleep. The next morning, the intelligent war chariot set off toward Songyue's colony. Su Chen saw a large number of red dots densely packed in Songyue's colony on the central control screen. There were roughly 10,000 of them. Not bad. It looks like today will be a fruitful day. As if he predicted that a large number of fragments would explode, Su Chen's lips slowly curled up. Chapter 165. Blue Moon Colony was a medium-sized colony. The city walls were tall and thick, and it was much larger than Tianan Colony. When the intelligent war chariot was about 100 meters away from Tianan Colony, it immediately attracted the attention of the zombies inside. Soon, more than 100 zombies rushed out of the city gate and headed straight for the intelligent war chariot. Su Chen got out of the chariot, raised his hand, and launched a wave of magical attacks, killing the group of zombies in the blink of an eye. In order to attract the zombies inside, he even let the intelligent war chariot fire a few shots. As expected, the loud explosions attracted the zombies to rush out of the city. Soon, there were more than 1,000 of them. Su Chen rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "Let's do it." Shi Dainyu was the first to rush toward the zombies. The others also made their moves. As the main firepower, the intelligent war chariot, also went all out at this moment. For a time, the city gate of Blue Moon Colony was filled with explosions. Flames soared into the sky, and it became a veritable slaughterhouse. Due to the restrictions of the city gate of Blue Moon Colony, the zombies couldn't all rush out at once. They could only come out in batches. This undoubtedly made it much easier for Su Chen and the others to hunt. Every time a large group of zombies rushed out, they would be killed by concentrated fire. Just like that, after more than 10 times, all the zombies in Song Yu's colony were killed. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Soon, more than 1,000 beautiful light beams appeared in his line of sight. Another 1,000 fragments. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. The rest of the time was to dig out energy stones and pick up fragments. Will there be a purple gold fragment today? Su Chen didn't pick up the fragments immediately. Instead, he kept looking around. He picked up a purple gold fragment yesterday, and it dropped 2,000 energy points. He was somewhat looking forward to it. There really is one. After looking for a while, Su Chen found a purple gold fragment in a pile of fragments. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward and grabbed the light purple fragment. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Picked up 2,000 energy points, fragment *111. The fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Su Chen was extremely excited and hurriedly opened Doomsday Merchant Center to check. When he saw that his energy points had become 5,358 points, he laughed wildly. His energy points exceeded 5,000 and he was one step closer to exchanging for the ancient God-Fiend body. It could be said that the ancient God-Fiend body would be in his hands after 2 more pale golden fragments were dropped. Su Chen took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued to pick up the fragments. Picked up Mysterious Ice of the Netherworld, Fragment X1, Touch 10. The fragment is not full, so it cannot be used. It can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Picked up Pet Raising Space, Fragment *1, 110. The fragment is not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Pet Raising Space was the first time something appeared. Su Chen guessed that it was for storing pets. If it was, he could consider getting more mutant beasts to form an army of mutant beasts. When not needed, he could place them in the pet raising space. When needed, he could summon them. Of course, did the pet raising space have this function? How big was it? He didn't know this for the time being. He could only wait until he gathered all of them. Chapter 166. Then, Su Chen continued to pick up fragments. Picked up Apple Tree Seed, Fragment *111. Fragments are full, can be used and can be exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Picked up 9th Heaven Dazzling Thunder, Fragment *1, 510. Fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Picked up Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone, Fragment *1, 910. Fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Picked up Desert Sand Fire, Fragment *1, 910. Fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Both Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone and Desert Sand Fire were only one fragment away from being gathered, which made Su Chen a little excited. He was secretly encouraged in his heart that he must gather them together today. After that, Su Chen picked up fragments as usual. About an hour later, all the fragments were picked up. Su Chen stood in the same place, but his face was full of smiles. There was no doubt that the harvest this time was very rich. The energy points broke through the 6,000 mark and reached an astonishing 6,100 energy points. In addition, Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone and Desert Sand Fire were gathered as he wished. Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone was a stone the size of an egg, and its surface emitted a bright light like stars. Although it was not big, it weighed over 10,000 kilograms. From the moment it appeared, it automatically entered the storage bag. At first, Su Chen thought that Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone was a useless thing. After all, even if it was used to smash people with 10,000 pounds, they had to be able to lift it first. If they couldn't lift it, wouldn't it become a decoration? However, after receiving the feedback, he stopped looking down on them. Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone was indeed used to smash people. In addition to the weight of 10,000 pounds, it could also release the power of stars, which had the function of binding. This was somewhat similar to the binding ability of mental strength. And to use Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone, one had to use Heavenly Hundredfold Strength technique. That was to say, after practicing the Heavenly Hundredfold Strength formula, one could easily pick up things that weighed 10,000 pounds. In the beginning, Su Chen was bent on exchanging for the ancient god-fiend body, but after hearing the news, he changed his mind. Instead, he was a little hesitant. Just imagine once he got the Heavenly Strength technique, he could just use the Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone to smash people. If anyone refused to submit, he would smash them with the weight of 10,000 jin. It didn't matter if you were level 4 or level 5. In front of a weight of 10,000 kilograms, you would become a pile of minced meat. With this thought in mind, Su Chen felt an unbearable itch in his heart. It was also difficult for him to make a decision. Fortunately, he only had a little over 6,000 energy points, which was still quite a distance away from 10,000. There was still plenty of time to think about it. As for the desert sand fire, it was a fire elemental manifestation that had been automatically integrated into the fire elemental magic. After obtaining desert sand fire, Su Chen had already fused 3 types of magic into his conjured objects. The other 2 types were the wood elemental, serene pool divine wood, and the thunder elemental, savage divine thunder. It could be said that after picking up the shards this time, although Su Chen's cultivation level did not increase, his strength had undoubtedly increased by a lot again. Later on, Su Chen put away his thoughts and also joined the ranks of digging for energy stones. After spending a full half a day, all the energy stones were finally dug out. Everyone returned to the intelligent war chariot, and Su Chen arranged for everyone to eat and rest for a while. He walked to the front of the car and looked at the control screen. Chapter 167. After killing the zombies here, the next step of the plan was to continue looking for zombies to hunt. If there were zombies nearby, Su Chen would continue to stay here. If there were no zombies, he would return to Tianan and deal with the zombies there first. A large number of red dots appeared on the corner of the central control screen, estimated to be around 1,000. Su Chen checked the distance. It was only 5 kilometers away from Heetsongyue's gathering place. It was close, plus there were around 1,000 zombies. It was worth it. He pointed to the place where the zombies were and ordered the intelligent war vehicle. Satoshi, go to this place. The intelligent war vehicle ignited and started, speeding forward. Taking advantage of this time, Su Chen also ate something to fill his stomach. Su Chen, are we going to hunt zombies? Wu Yang walked up and asked. Su Chen nodded. There are 1,000 zombies ahead, let's go and kill them. Wu Yang didn't ask much and continued to eat. After several days of contact with Su Chen, he found that Su Chen didn't simply hunt zombies for energy stones. Every time he killed zombies, he would do some strange actions. He would often grab something in the air, sometimes laugh, sometimes stare blankly. Then he thought about how Su Chen could take out so many magical things. He faintly felt that it was related to these strange actions. However, who didn't have a secret? Some people's secrets could be explored, while some people's secrets couldn't be touched. Just like Su Chen, mysterious and powerful. Would he allow others to dig out his secrets? Wu Yang certainly wouldn't ask for a rebuff. His biggest strength was contentment. Following Su Chen, he had food and drinks, had the opportunity to promote his cultivation, and could also get a weapon. In the apocalypse, where could he find such a comfortable environment? Therefore, even if Su Chen had a big secret, it had nothing to do with him, and he wouldn't get to the bottom of it. This was his way of dealing with people. Half an hour later, the intelligent chariot slowly drove into an abandoned city. The scale of the city was still very large, but it was overgrown with weeds and looked very desolate. Some of the tall buildings were even wrapped in layers of green plants, making it impossible to see their original appearance. "Brother Chin, are we going to get out of the car to hunt zombies?" Chao Ren asked. Collapsed buildings were piled up on the streets of the city. The roads were completely sealed, and the intelligent war chariots could not drive in. "If you want to hunt zombies, you have to get off the car and walk into the city." "We'll talk about it later," Su Chen replied absent-mindedly, his eyes still fixed on the central control screen. "Satoshi, zoom in on this area," Su Chen said as he pointed at a spot on the control panel. "Yes." The image on the central control screen changed, and soon, a gymnasium-like building appeared. He saw that the gymnasium was surrounded by green plants, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. The reason why Su Chen was interested in this place was that there were not only hundreds of red dots gathered here, but also more than 20 blue dots and a huge black dot. The red dots represented zombies or mutant beasts, the blue dots represented humans, so what did the black dot represent? This was the key to Su Chen's interest. "Satoshi, what is that black dot?" Su Chen asked. Replying to Master, the black dot represents an alien creature. "An alien creature?" Su Chen's eyelids twitched. Soon, he remembered the green turtle tribe in the mine pit of the Huangzi mountain range. Could it be the green turtle tribe? Su Chen was a little suspicious, because as far as he knew, there was only one alien race on Qinyu Island, the green turtle tribe. But whether it was the green turtle tribe or not, he still needed to find out. Chapter 168. Captain Wu, Xiao Tai and I will go in to check out the situation. You guys stay in the car. Don't get out of the car until I come back, Su Chen said. The appearance of the alien creature had aroused his great interest. But considering that he and the mechanical soldier had left, if a level 3 zombie appeared, Wu Yang and the others would have a hard time dealing with it. So he decided to let them stay in the car. "Qin Gu, let me follow you." Yang Hao was eager to try. Ever since he got the charged shield, he felt that his combat ability had increased several times. He would not be a burden to Su Chen. "It's not convenient for you to follow me." Su Chen politely refused. He still did not know how strong the alien creature in the stadium was. If it was too strong, Yang Hao would become a burden. "Okay then." Yang Hao was a little disappointed. "Su Chen, be careful." Tan Lin looked at Su Chen reluctantly. Even though she knew that Su Chen was strong, she was still worried. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Su Chen smiled and comforted her. Then, he got out of the car with the mechanical soldier. Entering the city, Su Chen went straight to the stadium. On the way, many scattered zombies found him and attacked him. But the difference in strength was too great. Before they could get close, Su Chen crushed their heads with his spiritual power. About 10 minutes later, Su Chen came to a place about 100 meters away from the stadium and stopped. At this time, there were hundreds of zombies gathered outside the gate of the stadium. They roared and kept attacking the gate. However, outside the gate, there was a thick layer of green vegetation that closed the gate, leaving only a small hole. No matter how crazy the zombies were, they could only go in through the hole one by one. Are the humans inside luring the zombies? Su Chen frowned slightly. The hole on the gate was obviously deliberately left there, and it was only big enough for one zombie to go in. Their purpose was obvious. If it wasn't to kill zombies, they would just block the entrance. Su Chen stood where he was and pondered for a while before charging over with the mechanical soldiers. After all, there were hundreds of zombies. If he killed them all, he would get dozens of fragments. Of course, he wouldn't miss the chance to pick up the fragments. The appearance of Su Chen and the mechanical soldiers quickly attracted the attention of the zombies. They no longer cared about attacking the gate of the stadium. They all turned around and rushed towards Su Chen. In order to end the battle quickly, Su Chen took out the enchanted magic saber and slashed out. The berserk gray blast swept out, and in an instant, 1/3 of the zombies were split into two. The mechanical soldier rushed forward and swung the machete in its hand, killing dozens of them in the blink of an eye. Su Chen swung his sword a second time. After killing more than 100 zombies, there were less than 100 zombies left. He put away the enchanted magic saber and controlled his mental power to kill the remaining zombies. Amidst the sounds of explosions, the heads of any zombies that came close would explode inexplicably, and they would die. In just a few breaths, the remaining zombies were all killed. Seeing more than 30 brilliant beams of light on the ground, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Then he began to pick up the fragments. The first one was a yellow fragment. Picked up, hard fruit seed, fragment *111. Fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Picked up, earth vein fire meaty, fragment *1 to 10. Fragments are not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Chapter 169. Picked up, upgrade gem, fragment *111. The fragment is full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Picked up, exploding fruit seed, fragment *111. The fragment is full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Picked up, level 1 monster fire wolf, fragment *113. The fragment is not full. Cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. After picking up all the fragments, the most valuable one was upgrade gem. Most of the remaining fragments were exchanged for energy points. At this time, Su Chen's eyes drifted towards the entrance of the stadium. His mind was slowly turning. In addition to more than 20 humans in the stadium, there was also a mutated creature. He was now somewhat confused. Why were the humans and the mutated creatures at peace? Could it be that they were in a cooperative relationship? Through the previous incident of luring and killing the zombies, he came to this conclusion. But it was only a guess. He stood in place and pondered for a while. Then he walked straight towards the entrance of the stadium. No matter what the relationship between the humans and the mutated creatures was, since he was here, he had to go in and see the situation. As he approached the entrance, Su Chen raised his hand and threw out a fireball. There was only a small hole in the entrance. He did not want to crawl in like a dog. Today's fireball, after incorporating desert sand fire, had completely exceeded the limit of a level 3 fireball. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The green plants surrounding the entrance were all blown to pieces. After the smoke and dust settled, Su Chen squinted his eyes and saw that the original entrance of the stadium had been revealed. However, inside the entrance it was pitch black. It was like an abyss without any light. This is a bit strange. Su Chen frowned and muttered. The moment the entrance was blown open, he faintly heard an angry roar coming from inside. This roar was very strange. It did not sound like a human's, nor did it sound like a zombie's or a mutated beast's voice. Moreover, after this roar, the entire stadium was filled with rustling sounds that made people feel a chill down their spines. I'd like to see what's up with all this nonsense. Su Chen sneered and walked straight into the stadium. With his current strength, he could kill a level 4 evolver. Could there be someone stronger than a level 4 evolver in the stadium? If he did, he wouldn't have to hide like this. Inside the stadium, it was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers in front of one's face. There was also a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared to the point of running away, but Su Chen didn't care at all. After taking a dozen or so steps forward, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. Su Chen's expression turned cold, and he instantly released his spiritual force. With the help of his mental power, he quickly discovered that the sneak attack was a plant vine. Ordinary vines were green, but this one was very different from normal vines. Not only was it blood red, there was a mouth at the front of the vines. There were also several sharp fangs inside, emitting a cold light. "You're courting death." Su Chen snorted and raised his hand to shoot out a wind blade. Although he didn't know the origin of this vine, since it was a sneak attack, how could he let it go so easily? Gotcha! The vines that had sneakily attacked were directly cut into two halves, and a large amount of blood spurted out from them. At the same time, there was a painful scream not far away. Chapter 170. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly activated the rapid boots. With a flash of purple light on his feet, he rushed in the direction of the roar like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he was 50 meters away. Within the range of Su Chen's mind power, a blood-colored plant that was more than 10 meters tall appeared. There were dozens of thick vines on the body of the blood-colored plant, making it look like a red octopus. What was even stranger was that there was a woman's face at the top of the blood-colored plant. She looked extremely cold. Hee. It was also at this time that the cold and elegant woman looked at Su Chen and let out a hair-raising shriek. Su Chen squinted his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard a woman's voice. "Young man, who are you? How dare you trespass into my territory? Are you tired of living? You can speak human language?" Su Chen was surprised. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. The voice did not come from the cold woman but from another direction. Su Chen scanned the area with his mind power and his eyelids twitched. Not far away, a young woman with a pale face was pierced through her chest by a blood-colored vine. She was lifted into the air. The one who spoke was the young woman. Apart from that, Su Chen also realized that there were more than 20 humans being lifted into the air around the young woman. All of them looked like they were struggling in pain. "Are you torturing and killing humans?" Su Chen turned around and looked at the cold woman. His killing intent had already locked onto her. At this moment, he realized that the humans were not living in harmony with the mutated tribe. Instead, they were being controlled by the blood-colored plant. Although he was not familiar with the humans, as a fellow human, he did not want to see the mutated tribe killing his own kind. "Young man, mind your own business. Leave this place quickly and I will consider not killing you." At this moment, another man's voice was heard. It was a blood-colored vine with a middle-aged man in it that appeared in front of Su Chen. Faced with the blood-colored plant's threat, Su Chen did not care. He said coldly, "Which tribe are you from? If you tell me the truth, I will consider leaving your corpse intact." "Arrogant. Since you don't want to leave, go to hell." The blood-colored plant roared furiously. More than 10 vines extended from its huge body and shot towards Su Chen. Previously, it wanted to scare Su Chen away because it was afraid of Su Chen's strength. But seeing that Su Chen was unmoved, and even threatened to kill it, it didn't dare to do anything. The blood plant was completely enraged and swore to kill Su Chen on the spot. "Do it." Su's eyes. The mechanical soldier beside him charged forward and slashed at the blood-colored plant. Instantly, a few vines were cut off. The blood-colored plant was in so much pain that it cried out in pain. Su Chen took out his enchanted divine sword. After infusing it with fire element magical power, he swung his sword horizontally. A fire dragon slithered upward. The temperature was so high that it seemed like it was going to burn the air. The vines that were flying towards Su Chen were burned to ashes as soon as they came into contact with the fire dragon. After being severely injured, the blood-colored plant's huge body trembled violently. The cold-looking woman's face was also distorted. "Stop. I am willing to give you my energy stones as compensation. Please let me go." Realizing that it was no match for Su Chen, the blood-colored plant began to beg for mercy. Su Chen stopped and asked loudly, "Let me ask you again. Which tribe are you from?" This blood-colored plant was obviously not native to Jianghu Island. What was its origin? This attracted Su Chen's attention. Chapter 171. Under Su Chen's intense stare, the blood plant hesitated for a while before it finally said, "I only know that I belong to the monster plant clan. I don't know anything else." Su Chen had never heard of the monster plant clan. He was slightly surprised and continued to ask, "How did you end up here?" "I don't know." The blood plant did not hesitate this time and said, "I've been here ever since I gained sentience." Su Chen was disappointed that he did not get much useful information from the blood plant. "I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" Seeing that Su Chen was silent, the blood plant tried to test him. Su Chen curled his lips and said mockingly, "When did I say that I wouldn't kill you?" Those who were not of the same race would definitely have different intentions. Moreover, the blood plant had harmed many humans. Su Chen did not plan to let it go. "How dare you make fun of me?" The blood plant was furious. It clenched its teeth and said, "If I die, you won't have a good ending." As soon as it finished its sentence, all the vines on the blood plant's body started to dance. Since Su Chen did not plan to let it go, it would not sit still and wait for its death. Even if it died, it would fight to the death with Su Chen. However, in the face of absolute power, everything it did was in vain. "You're overestimating yourself." Su Chen sneered and slashed with the enchanted divine sword in his hand. Amidst the lightning flashes, a blue torrent instantly appeared in front of the blood plant. With just a roll, all the vines were destroyed. Following that, a wave came crashing down and pierced through the blood plant's body, splitting it into two. After the blood plant's gigantic body fell to the ground, 10 beams of light shot out from its body. 10 fragments. Su Chen was surprised. Killing a monster plant could even drop fragments, and 10 of them at once. This was something that he had never expected. He was not in a hurry to pick up the fragments. Instead, he used his mental power to scan the surroundings. The surroundings were silent and there was no sign of a second blood plant. As the blood plants died, the humans who were controlled also lost their life force. Su Chen withdrew his mental strength and walked toward the blood plant to pick up the pieces. Picked up, Level 2 Demonic Beast, Vigorous Flaming Bull, Fragment *1, 110. The fragment is not full, so it cannot be used. It can be exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Picked up, Xianyuan Divine Sword, *1, 150. The fragments are not full, so it cannot be used. It can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. Picked up, Strawberry Seed, Fragment *1, 11. The fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. After picking up the 10 fragments, Su Chen only kept 1 fragment of the Xianyuan Divine Sword and exchanged the rest for energy points. Just as he was about to leave, a red light suddenly emerged from the blood plant's body. "What is it?" Su Chen exclaimed softly. He then dug out a red gem-like object from the blood plant. It was about the same size as the upgrade gemstone. Since he couldn't recognize what it was, Su Chen put it into his storage bag. He then left the stadium with the mechanical soldier. After walking out of the stadium, Su Chen was not in a hurry to return to the intelligent chariot. There were still many scattered zombies in the city. Since they were all here, he had to kill them all. After spending half an hour, Su Chen slaughtered the zombies in the city and picked up more than 30 fragments. He then returned to the intelligent chariot, leisurely. Chapter 172. Su Chen, are you all right? Tan Lin walked up to Su Chen and asked with concern. Yang Qian also walked up. She looked like she had something to say but was too shy to say it. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Su Chen smiled and took out the red gemstone, placing it in front of everyone. "Does anyone know what this is?" Everyone looked at it for a while, but no one recognized it. From its appearance, the red gemstone looked similar to an energy stone. However, the difference was quite obvious. Energy stones were white, but this gemstone was blood red. "Su Chen, where did you get it?" Wu Yang frowned and asked. Su Chen did not hide anything and told them about the blood plant in the gymnasium. "There are still monster plants in this world?" Wu Yang exclaimed. He was already shocked when he heard about the green tortoise tribe from Su Chen. He did not expect to hear about a new species this time. Chenggu, can blood plants be eaten? Yang Hao asked in a daze. Shi Danyu and Chao Ran also pricked up their ears, looking forward to Su Chen's answer. A bunch of foodies. Su Chen was speechless. He did not expect Yang Hao to ask such a question. He thought for a while and replied, "That thing is too disgusting. If you like it, I'll get you some next time." Hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Hao quickly waved his hand. "Chenggu, there's no need for that." Su Chen laughed. Just as he was about to put the red gemstone away, the intelligent war chariot suddenly spoke. "Master, I know what it is." "You know?" Su Chen was shocked. "It's a level 3 monster core. It's much more precious than a level 3 energy stone." "Monster core? More precious than a level 3 energy stone?" Su Chen was suddenly interested and asked, "What's its use?" "Damage can be repaired," the intelligent war chariot replied. Hearing this, Su Chen rubbed his nose and was a little disinterested. The ability to repair damage was indeed amazing. However, he had a lot of healing potions in his storage bag, and the healing effect was immediate. In that case, the level 3 demon core would be of little use to him. Su Chen shook his head and said calmly, "It's not even comparable to a level 3 energy stone." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the intelligent war chariot spoke again. "Master, if you install this demon core on me, I will be able to activate my self-healing ability." "Huh!" Su Chen's eyes lit up. The intelligent war chariot was currently at level 2, and its main functions were to attack, defend, and scout. It did not have the ability to repair itself. If he could use this to develop new functions, it would undoubtedly increase his strength by quite a bit. "How do I install it?" Su Chen couldn't wait. "Master, you only need to install the demon core in the groove below the central control screen." Su Chen followed the intelligent war chariot's instructions and placed the demon core in the groove. Soon, a red light flashed in the groove, and the entire demon core disappeared without a trace. The intelligent war chariot then said, "Master, the self-healing ability has been successfully developed." "Great." Su Chen laughed heartily. He could not help but feel that his luck was not bad today. After killing a monster plant, not only did he pick up 10 fragments, but he also benefited the intelligent war chariot and developed a new function. It was an unexpected gain. Chapter 173. Killing 1,000 zombies could not satisfy Su Chen's needs at all. At this moment, he was looking for the whereabouts of the other zombies. Soon, he saw a gathering place called Full Moon City on the central control screen. There were a large number of red dots there, at least 7,000 to 8,000 of them. However, there was one thing that made Su Chen feel very strange. In Full Moon City, there were not only a large number of zombies but also 4,000 to 5,000 humans. Logically speaking, zombies and humans were like fire and water. They would fight to the death as soon as they met. They would never live in peace in a gathering place. And for this to happen, Su Chen guessed that there might be a zombie with intelligence among the zombies that could command other zombies. Moreover, the strength of humans and zombies were on par. No one was confident that they could defeat the other. This was why they were in a stalemate. Thinking of this, Su Chen turned to Wu Yang and asked, "Captain Wu, have you heard of Full Moon City?" "I've heard of it. Full Moon City used to be a big city. It was smaller than King Kong City, but it was conquered by zombies later on." Speaking of this, Wu Yang thought of something and asked, "Are we going to Full Moon City?" Su Chen nodded. "There are 7,000 to 8,000 zombies in Full Moon City. I'm going to go there and kill them." "The number is not bad," Wu Yang murmured. He had seen the world after the battle with King Kong Jiashi's zombie army. Therefore, 7,000 to 8,000 zombies did not make him worry at all. "Satoshi, go to Full Moon City at full speed," Su Chen ordered. "Chenggu, are we going to kill zombies?" Yang Hao suddenly became energetic. Su Chen smiled and said, "Yes, go to Full Moon City and kill zombies." "Chenggu, How many zombies are there? Can we help this time? Chao Ran and Sherdaniu also came to Su Chen's side. There's something wrong with these guys. Su Chen muttered to himself. Recently, he found that Yang Hao and the other two were more and more interested in killing zombies. Could it be that his strength had increased and he wanted to show off? He couldn't figure it out at the moment, so he didn't bother to think about it. He said, 7,000 to 8,000 zombies, you should have a chance to make a move. Hearing this, Yang Hao and the other two's eyes lit up. They gathered together and whispered to each other. This time, let's see who can kill the most zombies. I killed the most last time, so I won. You two can't go back on your words. Forget it. Last time, you had the sky hammer, and we didn't have any other weapons. Of course, we didn't kill as many as you did. Yes, let's do it again this time. Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like these three guys were competing to see who could kill more zombies. Heaving a sigh, he stopped paying attention. Then he sat in the driver's seat and prepared to take a break. But at this time, an alarm suddenly sounded on the central control screen. Warning, zombies have appeared 1 mile ahead. There are about 100 of them. Su Chen glanced at the central control screen and soon saw about 100 red dots. Among the red dots, there were more than a dozen blue dots. Obviously, the dozen or so humans were surrounded by a group of zombies. However, there was one thing that surprised Su Chen. He found that the red dots on the central control screen were constantly disappearing, while the blue dots maintained their original number from beginning to end. This meant that the dozen or so humans were all experts and were constantly hunting zombies. Satoshi, are the zombies on the route? Su Chen asked. If they were on the route, he could take the opportunity to observe the dozen or so humans. If they weren't, there was no need to join in the fun. Chapter 174. Master, we are approaching zombies on the way. Then let's go and take a look. Su Chen said lightly. A few minutes later, the intelligent war chariot seemed to have entered a sea of flowers. All kinds of flowers were competing with each other in terms of beauty. A fragrant smell drifted over, making people intoxicated. Not far away, there was a group of zombies fighting fiercely with a dozen people. From time to time, there would be zombies being cut down and falling to the ground. Because the intelligent war chariot was too close, it attracted the attention of the group of zombies. Immediately, a dozen zombies rushed over. Chenggu, the zombies are coming. Let's go down and kill them. Yang Hao and the other two began to rub their palms together. Then let's kill them. Su Chen said casually. If the zombies didn't take the initiative to come over, he wouldn't participate. After all, these zombies weren't worth his attention. But since they came, he would kill them. At least they would drop 1 or 2 fragments, right? As soon as the intelligent war chariot, its door opened, Yang Hao and the other two rushed out like 3 fierce beasts. The dozen zombies that rushed over began a massacre. Su Chen, we also want to go down and take a look. Tan Lin, Yang Qian, and Sherdaniu also came to Su Chen's side. They weren't interested in killing zombies. Instead, they were attracted by the surrounding scenery. In the post-apocalyptic world, there were very few places that could have such beautiful scenery. Su Chen didn't object and got out of the car with them. At this time, Yang Hao and the other two had already killed the zombies that rushed over and were digging for energy stones. Being able to kill a dozen zombies in such a short time was enough to show that Yang Hao and the other two's hunting speed and experience had increased a lot. Tan Lin and the other two got out of the car and ran into the sea of flowers. They started to pick some beautiful flowers while talking and laughing. Su Chen glanced and his gaze fell on a zombie. Because there was a green fragment there. Green fragments rarely appeared. There were a total of 2 before. One of them dropped the through heaven 100 times strength technique. The other one dropped the 10,000 lights 10 shadows killing technique. Those 2 cultivation methods were of the same level as the ancient god fiend body. Although he couldn't exchange for them for the time being, Su Chen was determined to get them. What will this one be? Su Chen muttered, walked forward and grabbed it. Picked up, Blade of Divine Sense, fragment *1, 150. The fragment is not full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. After saying that, Su Chen fell into deep thought. From the name, Blade of Divine Sense, seemed to be a spiritual power cultivation method or secret method. The exchange value in the Doomsday Merchant City was 5,000 energy points. It looked a little terrifying, but it was only half of the ancient god-fiend body. Su Chen now had more than 6,000 energy points, so he could definitely exchange for it. However, his main goal was the ancient god-fiend body and the heavenly supreme strength technique. According to the order, Blade of Divine Sense was at most third. After picking up the fragment, Su Chen had nothing to do, so he looked at the dozen or so humans. There's actually a level 3 evolver. After looking for a while, Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Among the dozen humans, there was a stooped old man who looked to be in his 60s. This person rarely attacked, but every time he did, several zombies would die in his hands. With Su Chen's vision, he could naturally judge his strength. If he were to make a comparison, this old man's strength was higher than Huang Can, but not as strong as Jin Jiashi. Chapter 175. As for the others, they were all experts. Most of them were level 2 evolvers, and the weakest was a level 1 evolver. Their strength was already very strong. Even if there were 1,000 zombies, they would not be able to do anything to them, let alone 100 zombies. There are so many strong people in Huanglin District. While Su Chen was guessing the origin of these people, they had killed all the zombies and were slowly walking towards them. Kid, who told you to dig for energy stones? Don't you know that these zombies are our prey? Among them, a young man with a hooked nose who was about the same size as Sherdaniu scolded Yang Hao and the other two. This sudden rebuke caused Su Chen and the others to be displeased. Hearing the commotion, Tan Lin and the other two did not linger on the beautiful scenery around them. They quickly walked to Su Chen's side. The appearance of the two beauties, Tan Lin and Yang Qian, quickly attracted the other party's attention. One of them was a young man with a somewhat handsome face, but his face was extremely pale. His eyes emitted a burning light, and he did not hide the desire in his heart. Beside the pale man stood a gorgeously dressed and gorgeous woman. After seeing the pale man's expression, a hint of anger appeared on her face, and she snorted coldly. "We killed the zombies. Is it wrong for us to dig for energy stones?" Yang Hao was stunned for a moment, and then retorted. If the zombies did not take the initiative to rush over, he would not have killed them. After all, these zombies were discovered by the other party first. If he had attacked, it would have been a robbery. But since the zombies took the initiative to come to them, there was no problem in killing them. "Kid, you still dare to talk back? Hand over the energy stones, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and Grandpa will let you go today." The young man with a hooked nose had a cold face. He did not want to let Yang Hao go. Hearing this, Yang Hao and the other two's faces turned ugly. Chao Ran gripped the netherworld dagger tightly and stared at the hook-nosed young man with a cold gleam in his eyes. The nether dagger had the ability to teleport. As long as Su Chen gave the order, he was very confident that he could kill him with one blow. Su Chen looked very calm, but his eyes were gradually narrowing. The other party had made things difficult for him as soon as he arrived. He would definitely not make such a big fuss over a few energy stones. Then what was the other party's motive? Su Chen's gaze swept across the dozen or so people one by one. When he looked at the hunchbacked old man, he found some clues. The hunchbacked old man narrowed his eyes and kept sizing up the intelligent war chariot. The greed on his face was obvious. Could it be that they were eyeing the intelligent war chariot? The intelligent war chariot was covered in silver light. Just from its appearance, it was not comparable to an ordinary MCV. Being able to attract attention and even having thoughts of snatching it was within reason. Thinking of this, when Su Chen was about to speak, the pale man spoke first. "Zhang Chang, don't be rude. Step back first. Yes, young master. The hook-nosed young man seemed to be in awe of the pale man and obediently retreated behind him. After ordering the hook-nosed young man to step back, the pale man walked up to Su Chen with a smile on his face. However, the target of his gaze was not Su Chen, but Tan Lin and Yang Qian, who were beside Su Chen. Hello, two beauties. I'm Li Maheo from Lion's Gate. How should I address the two beauties? Yang Qian and Tan Lin were too lazy to pay attention to him. They turned their heads and ignored the pale man. In front of Su Chen, he actually came over to strike up a conversation. He must have bad intentions. Both of them were interested in Su Chen, so why would they pay attention to him? Seeing this, Li Muheo's face became gloomy and his eyes were filled with resentment. Chapter 176. Lion's Gate is one of the top forces in Jianghu Island. As the young master of Lion's Gate, his identity and status are unparalleled. In addition, he is also handsome and elegant. Who knows how many beautiful women stick to him? But this time, he lowered his posture and took the initiative to strike up a conversation, but was ignored. He felt that his self-esteem was greatly hurt, and he wished he could immediately grab Tan Lin and Yang Qian and ravage them. Su Chen perceived the malice in Li Murong's eyes, and a burst of anger suddenly surged in his heart. You dare to have ideas about my woman, blind your dog eyes. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he snapped, Get lost. Otherwise, I will gouge out your dog eyes. He was enraged for a beauty. At this moment, Su Chen completely regarded Tan Lin and Yang Qian as his own women. Of course, his relationship with Tan Lin was clear to everyone. On the contrary, the layer of window paper between him and Yang Qian was pierced by this. Yang Qian's face immediately flushed. She seemed a little shy, but in fact she was secretly delighted. She didn't know when it started, but she found that she slowly fell in love with Su Chen, and she fell deeper and deeper. Originally, she wanted to express her feelings to Su Chen, but the appearance of Tan Lin made her dispel this idea. She can only bury this love deep in her heart, and maybe she will not show it for a lifetime. But what she didn't expect was that Su Chen actually said in front of so many people that she was also his woman. How could Yang Qian not be excited? Brother Yang, congratulations. Wu Yang walked to Yang Lingtian's side and smiled meaningfully. Su Chen and Yang Qian came together, and Yang Lingtian became Su Chen's father-in-law. This is a great happy event. Yang Lingtian came back to his senses and smiled from ear to ear. Su Chen's appearance was handsome, and his strength was unparalleled. No matter which aspect, he was a dragon among men. Such a son-in-law, you can't find a second one. You dare to threaten me? Li Muheo was so angry that the corner of his mouth trembled, and his face turned pale. He was ignored by Tan Lin and Yang Qian before, but now he was being humiliated in front of them. Was the young master of Lion's Gate made of mud? Could anyone bully and humiliate him? Li Mubai was furious and didn't conceal the killing intent in his heart in the slightest, as if he'd already taken Su Chen to be a dead man. How dare you scold our young master? I think you are tired of living. Zhang Chang rushed forward and roared at Su Chen. Zhang Chang calmed down. Seeing that Zhang Chang was about to make a move, the stooped old man who had been silent all this time opened his mouth. Elder Ming, kill that brat for me. Li Maheo pointed at Su Chen and said through gritted teeth. Young master, don't worry. This old man will definitely stand up for you. Elder Ming nodded and promised. Then he looked at Su Chen and said coldly, Boy, since you have offended our young master, today's matter is not easy to deal with. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, What are you going to do? He knew that the other party had been looking for trouble for a long time, and now he just found a justifiable excuse. Elder Ming smiled gloomily, Leave your MCV, and you will kill yourself on the spot. The others will break an arm, and today's matter will be over. The reason why he dared to be so aggressive was that he had absolute confidence in his own strength. In addition, the others were masters from Lion's Gate. Crushing Su Chen and others was not a problem. Chapter 177. Also, those two women must stay with me. Li Maheo added. In the post-apocalyptic world, beautiful women were rare, and Tan Lin and Yang Qian were the best of the best. He had long been drooling over them. The gorgeous woman behind Li Maheo had a cold look on her face. She looked at Tan Lin and Yang Qian with eyes full of jealousy and murderous intent. Shameless! Yang Qian was extremely ashamed and angry. She angrily cursed. Although Tan Lin was also angry, she did not show it. Instead, her gaze fell on Su Chen. She knew that as long as Su Chen was by her side, no matter how arrogant the other party was, he would not be able to do anything. Moreover, with Su Chen's style of doing things, he would definitely not let the other party have an easy time. It seems that you are really looking for death. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Li Maheo. He said in a low voice, "Chao Ran, gouge out his dog eyes." Li Maheo dared to have designs on Yang Qian and Tan Lin. He had already violated Su Chen's bottom line. Su Chen did not intend to let him go. With a thought that another dagger in Chao Ran's hand disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Su Chen also released his mental strength and swept it toward Li Maheo. "Be careful." Elder Ming sensed a murderous aura sweeping past him, and he hurriedly warned him. Li Maheo also felt that something was wrong. However, before he could react, his eyes suddenly blurred and he saw a dagger piercing toward his eyeball. He was so frightened that he turned around and wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to find that his body was firmly bound by an invisible force. No matter how he struggled, he could not move at all. "No!" Li Maheo let out a desperate roar as he watched the dagger pierce into his eye socket. As blood spurted out, his right eye turned into a bloody hole, and even his eyeball was crushed. Ah! Unable to bear the immense pain, Li Maheo let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. However, this was not the end. Su Chen's original intention was to gouge out both of his eyeballs, but he only managed to gouge out one. How could he stop there? Chao Ran also understood. He controlled the netherworld dagger and soon crushed Li Maheo's other eyeball. Li Maheo once again let out a miserable howl, but his voice quickly stopped abruptly, and he actually fainted. Su Chen withdrew his spiritual force, and Li Maheo collapsed to the ground like a dead pig. Things had happened so suddenly, and with Su Chen and Chao Ran's tacit cooperation, Elder Ming and the others had no chance to stop them. They only reacted after Li Maheo collapsed. "Young master!" Elder Ming threw himself to Li Maheo's side. When he saw that Li Maheo's eyes had become two bloody holes, a violent killing intent surged in his heart. Li Maheo was talented and was the favorite son of Li Zhantian, the leader of Lion's Gate. This time, they came out to train, yet such a tragedy happened. As the leader, Elder Ming could not absolve himself from the blame. He could imagine that once he returned to Lion's Gate, he would receive the harshest punishment, and he might even lose his life. And the cause of all this was this young man who looked less than 20 years old in front of him. At this moment, he swore that he would tear Su Chen into pieces. Go to hell! Elder Ming could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. He suddenly stood up, gathered a violent force in his fist, and punched towards Su Chen. Su Chen curled his lips slightly, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. He also punched out. However, the fist was dazzling with golden light, and it was covered with golden scales. He used the golden scales on the arm. Chapter 178. In an instant, the two fists fiercely collided. Amidst the sound of bones breaking, Elder Ming's entire fist shattered inch by inch. Ah! Elder Ming groaned in pain and took a few steps back with his broken arm. After stabilizing his body, his face was filled with horror as he cried out involuntarily, "You're a level 3 evolver? But why is your body so strong?" He had never imagined that Su Chen would be a level 3 evolver at such a young age. What was even more terrifying was that Su Chen's body had completely surpassed the strength of a level 3 evolver and was not inferior to a level 4 evolver. It was also because he had not expected this that he suffered a big loss in the first exchange. You've realized it too late. Su Chen sneered and took out the enchanted divine sword from his storage bag, slashing down on Elder Ming's head. When the others saw Su Chen make a move, they also made their moves. The mechanical soldier charged forward and killed a level 2 evolver with a single slash. Following that, it punched another level 2 evolver's head. In the blink of an eye, 2 level 2 evolvers were killed, showing their terrifying strength. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian joined forces and quickly killed Zhang Cheng. Tan Lin and the other 2 women held the pulse pistol in their hands and kept pulling the trigger. A level 1 evolver who rushed forward was shot several times, and half of his body was blown up. His death was extremely miserable. Yang Hao and the other 2 also used their own methods to kill their opponents. As for Elder Ming, before he could react, he was slashed by Su Chen's slash and not even dregs were left. Among the opponents, the only one who did not make a move was the gorgeous woman. It was not that she did not want to make a move, but before she could do so, she saw all the powerhouses on her side being slaughtered. How could she have the courage to fight against Su Chen and the others? Who are they? Why are they so strong? The gorgeous woman was frightened, but she tried to keep calm. She knew that she had to find a way to save herself. Otherwise, his fate would be extremely miserable. After struggling for a while, the gorgeous woman grabbed a dagger and stabbed it into Li Muheo's chest. Then he gritted his teeth, pulled out the dagger, and stabbed it again. He did this several times until Li Muheo breathed his last. Only then did he stop. In the eyes of the crowd, this scene made them feel very strange. What was going on? Aren't they in cahoots? Why did they have to kill each other? While everyone was still confused, the gorgeous woman threw away the dagger in her hand and bowed to Su Chen and the others. "Thank you for helping me kill my enemy." As soon as he said this, everyone became even more confused. "What do you mean?" Yang Hao couldn't help but ask. "I was forcefully taken to Li Muheo's side." The gorgeous woman bit her lip and said with a face full of hatred, "I've been tortured by him all these years. I can't wait to tear him into pieces. However, I'm only a weak woman. How can I be a match for these bullies? I had no choice. I could only feign civility. Fortunately, I met all of you today. Only then can I take revenge and escape from the sea of suffering." Hearing the gorgeous woman's indignant explanation, Wu Yang and the others looked at each other. For a moment, they did not know whether it was true or not. They all looked at Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was their boss. Su Chen still had to decide how to deal with the gorgeous woman. Su Chen sized up the gorgeous woman and sneered in his heart. He had to admit that the other party was very scheming and her acting skills had reached the point of perfection. Chapter 179. According to Su Chen's observation, the gorgeous woman was clearly hostile towards them. Especially when she saw Tan Lin and Yang Qian, her killing intent could not be concealed. And the reason why she said those words and actions before was very likely to be a temporary measure to save her life. "You're very good at acting, but you chose the wrong person." Su Chen stared at the gorgeous woman and said coldly. Hearing this, the gorgeous woman's face showed a hint of panic, but she quickly covered it up and tried to refute. "I didn't lie to you. What I said is true." Su Chen snorted and did not talk nonsense with her. He raised his hand and shot out a wind blade. The gorgeous woman seemed to be scared silly and did not have any intention of resisting. She quietly waited for the wind blade to approach. In the next moment, the wind blade easily penetrated her body. However, something unexpected happened. The gorgeous woman was not cut in half. Instead, her whole body quickly turned illusory. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. How did she disappear? Yang Hao's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The others were also surprised. Su Chen frowned and released his mental strength in an instant. Under the capture of his spiritual power, he quickly found a clue. 10 meters in front of him, a white light shield was faintly discernible. Then, a figure slowly walked out of it. It was the gorgeous woman who had disappeared in front of him. This woman had obviously used some kind of teleportation secret technique to escape from the wind blade. I have underestimated you. Su Qinshu narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, You want to kill me? You're still too inexperienced. The gorgeous woman chuckled and then said sternly, I'll remember you. The next time I see you, it will be the time of your death. After saying this, he turned and fled. His speed was as fast as the wind. He had reached the level of a level 3 evolver. She's a level 3 evolver. Yang Hao was shocked. Wu Yang and the others' faces were also filled with lingering fear. If Su Chen had not seen through the gorgeous woman's true face, they would have been deceived. The other party was a level 3 evolver. If he launched a sneak attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do you think you can escape? Su Chen sneered. Suddenly, a purple light curled around his feet. Then, like a graceful swan, he shot straight forward. After activating the speed boots, it could be said that Su Chen's speed had completely surpassed that of a level 4 evolver. F***CK. Chenggu is too awesome. Chao Ren exclaimed. The others were also so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. After a few breaths, Su Chen had already caught up to the gorgeous woman. In order to prevent the other party from using the secret technique to escape again, he released his mental power as soon as he came up. The gorgeous woman only felt an invisible force pressing down on her. It was as if she had fallen into a swamp, and all of her movements became sluggish. Afterwards, she saw Su Chen approaching her like a god of death. She was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. She shouted, You are a level 3 spirit reader. Su Chen ignored her and chopped down with his sword. Facing the arrival of death, the gorgeous woman's face was filled with a deep layer of fear. She anxiously begged for mercy, Don't kill me. Kacha. A crisp sound was heard. Su Chen chopped down with his sword and directly split the gorgeous woman in half. After glancing at the corpse, Su Chen turned around and walked back. Returning to the team, he ordered Yang Hao and the others, search and collect the energy stones. Chapter 180. When Yang Hao and the others were searching the corpses, Wu Yang walked in front of Su Chen and reminded him softly, Su Chen, these people are from Lion's Gate. We have to be careful in the future. Lion's Gate was a top force in the Yulin district of Jianghu Island. It was on par with the Hidden Fog sect and Tongtian City. Not only were there many experts in the sect, but the sect leader, Li Zhantian, was a powerful level 4 evolver. Wu Yang had to be wary. Su Chen smiled indifferently. Lion's Gate better not find trouble with me. Otherwise, I will kill as many as they come. A few days ago, he had killed 2 level 3 evolvers from Tongtian City. Earlier, he had also killed people from the Hidden Fog sect. It could be said that he had offended the 3 top forces in Yulin district. But so what? This world was based on strength. Su Chen had absolute confidence in himself. With his strength, he could crush any opponent below level 5. Were there any evolvers or psychics above level 5 on Jianghu Island? Even if there were 1 or 2, it didn't matter. Su Chen could exchange for a level 4 all-attribute fragment at any time and advance to level 4. He could still crush his opponents. Therefore, a mere Lion's Gate was nothing to Su Chen. Wu Yang knew that Su Chen had the ability to say such things, so he didn't say anything more. After Yang Hao and the others finished searching for the spoils of war, Su Chen called everyone to get on the car and continue to move towards Full Moon City. Along the way, they encountered a few groups of zombies, but Su Chen was too lazy to kill them. As for humans, they didn't encounter a single one. After driving for about 2 hours, the intelligent war chariot arrived in front of a huge city. This city was Full Moon City. In terms of scale, Full Moon City wasn't inferior to King Kong City. However, perhaps due to the chaos of war, Full Moon City was severely damaged. Large areas of the city walls had collapsed, and it was like an abandoned city. Su Chen glanced outside the car, then his gaze fell on the dashboard. The central control screen clearly showed that Full Moon City was divided into 2 from the middle. Half of it was occupied by humans, and the other half was the territory of zombies. Su Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at the place where the zombies were gathered. He said to the intelligent war vehicle, "Satoshi, go to this place." The intelligent war chariot slowly drove into Full Moon City. In Full Moon City, there was a straight and wide road. It was also because of this great path that the forces of humans and zombies were clearly separated. Strangely enough, this path was not only flat, but there was also nothing blocking it. On the contrary, most of the buildings on both sides of the road had collapsed. Some places were overgrown with weeds, looking very desolate. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and kept looking out. Just as the intelligent war chariot moved forward for more than 100 meters, more than a dozen men with weapons suddenly emerged from the ruins in front of them. As soon as they appeared, they blocked the middle of the road. It was obvious that they wanted to stop the intelligent war chariot. "Don't tell me these guys want to rob us?" Wu Yang walked to Su Chen's side and muttered, "You'll know when you see it." Su Chen smiled and stood up. When the intelligent war chariot approached, the men spread out and formed an encirclement. One of the men with a long scar on his face held a machete and pointed at the intelligent war chariot. He shouted, "If you don't want to die, get out of the car." "Satoshi, stop the car." Su Chen frowned slightly, opened the car door, and walked out alone. The scarred man sized up Su Chen. When he saw that Su Chen was young, he became even more arrogant. "I told all of you to get out. What do you mean by getting out yourself? Don't you want to live anymore?" Chapter 181. Su Chen originally wanted to have a chat with them. If they knew what was good for them and left immediately, he would not pursue the matter any further. But when he saw the other party's confident look, he changed his mind. He turned toward the car and shouted, "Dainiu, Chao Ran, Yang Hao, the three of you come down." Sure, Dainiu and the other two quickly ran out of the car and came to Su Chen's side. "Qingge, what are your orders?" "Yang Hao." Before Su Chen could reply, the scarred man shouted again, "Kid, are you King deaf? I told you all to come down. Do you think I won't dare to kill you?" Hearing that the scarred man dared to scold Su Chen, Yang Hao and the other two were stunned. Then, they stared at the scarred man as if they were looking at a dead man. "Don't leave a single one alive." Su Chen left these words and turned to walk back to the car. Dealing with a few clowns was not worth his time. He might as well let Yang Hao and the other two practice and gain some combat experience. When Su Chen returned to the car, Yang Hao and the other two looked at each other and launched an attack. The three of them attacked at the same time. Their first target was the scarred man. It could not be helped. This guy was the one who scolded Su Chen. If they did not kill him first, who would they kill? Feeling the violent aura emanating from Yang Hao and the other two, the scarred man was completely dumbfounded. The corner of his mouth trembled. 3 evolvers, he knew very well that he had kicked an iron plate this time. And the lesson was extremely painful. The price he paid for it was his life. Accompanied by a miserable howl, the scarred man was smashed into meat paste by Sherdaniu's hammer. When the others saw that Sherdaniu and the other two were so fierce and powerful, they did not dare to stay and fled in all directions. However, even if they wanted to escape, Sherdaniu and the other two would not let them go. Relying on the speed advantage of evolvers, they chased after them and killed them one by one. "Qingge, all the flies have been dealt with." Back in the car, Yang Hao reported the situation to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and said, "Satoshi, let's move on." The intelligent war chariot continued for another 500 meters before stopping in the middle of the road. Hundreds of zombies appeared in the ruins on the right side of the road. At this moment, they bared their teeth and roared at the intelligent war chariot. "Su Chen, why aren't they attacking us?" Tan Lin asked. Under normal circumstances, as long as zombies discover the existence of human beings, they will madly rush over to kill. The zombies in front of them were obviously threatening them, and they didn't show any signs of rushing over. Su Chen retracted his gaze and said casually, "Do you still remember Jean Jiasher's zombie army?" "I remember." Tan Lin nodded. Her eyelids suddenly twitched as she exclaimed, "Are you saying that one of those zombies has intelligence?" Su Chen nodded. Long before he came, he had suspected this. After seeing the behavior of the zombies here, he was even more certain. These zombies had obviously received orders not to attack humans at will. Only some intelligent zombies could have such a strong deterrent force. "Su Chen, what should we do if the zombies don't attack?" Wu Yang asked. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Humans and zombies are like fire and water. There is no such thing as peace forever. This time, we should take the initiative." "Understood." Wu Yang nodded. He stroked the meteoric iron sword and looked at the zombies outside the car. "Get ready. We will start hunting zombies soon." Su Chen called out and got out of the car first. "But..." Yang Hao shouted excitedly and followed Su Chen closely. Chapter 182. When everyone got out of the car, the roars of the zombies on the opposite side became denser and angrier. "Let's do it." Su Chen waved his hand and gave the order. "Kill!" Yang Hao and the others rushed over together. Su Chen stood where he was and did not make a move. The zombies in front of him were not worthy of him making a move. He had to wait for the intelligent zombie to appear. In addition, through the detection of spiritual power, he found that there were dozens of humans hiding in a building on the left side of the road. Under the circumstances where he was not sure if the other party would launch a sneak attack, he had to be careful and be on guard. The zombies on the other side naturally would not sit still and wait for death. When they saw that there were humans coming to kill them, they were completely enraged. They seemed to have recovered their zombie nature, and all of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged forward. However, among these zombies, only 2 level 1 zombies were quickly killed by Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian. The remaining zombies were all ordinary zombies. Facing a group of powerful evolvers, they had no power to fight back and became targets for slaughter. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies had been killed on the spot. And there were as many as 10 fragments that exploded. Su Chen saw that the fragments kept appearing and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Just as Wu Yang and the others were in full swing killing the zombies, the humans in the building on the opposite side of the road fell into a discussion. "Captain, they are so strong. They should all be evolvers. Especially the 2 with knives. They seem to be level 2 evolvers. When did such a group of ruthless people come to our full moon city? However, they dare to take the initiative to attack the zombies. Aren't they afraid of death?" The one called Captain was a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears. He looked to be in his 30s and had a greasy face. The fat man narrowed his small eyes and pondered for a while. Then he ordered one of his subordinates, Shao Qi, "Quickly go and report to the leader that a group of human powerhouses have come here and are fighting with the zombies." "Yes." The man called Shao Qi quickly left. "Captain, we have an agreement with those zombies that we can't kill each other. Wouldn't this break the agreement? Should we stop them?" After Little Seven left, another man whispered into the fat man's ear. The fat man smiled gloomily and said with a cruel expression, "Cooperating with the zombies is just a temporary measure. Besides, those people aren't our people. We can use them to exhaust the zombies' strength. But those people are so strong, the zombies are obviously no match for them. You know nothing." The fat man's face darkened as he coldly snorted, "Once the main force of the zombies is dispatched, these people will not be able to escape death no matter how strong they are. At that time, a lot of zombies will die, and we can take the opportunity to get a lot of energy stones." Hearing this, the eyes of the man who spoke lit up. Now, he finally understood what the fat man was planning. He was waiting for Su Chen and the others to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the zombies so that he could reap the benefits. On the other side, Wu Yang and the others had already slaughtered hundreds of zombies. It was also at this time that a large number of zombies surged over. The number was estimated to be in the thousands. The leader was a male zombie with a tall and strong body and a bruised face. After seeing the miserable deaths of the zombies around him, His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He raised his voice and roared at Su Chen and the others, "Humans, you dare to break the rules and slaughter my people. Do you really think that I, Jiang Chengfeng, am a vegetarian?" Chapter 183. Seeing that the zombie spoke in human language and introduced himself. Su Chen was sure that he was the intelligent zombie. "You might have misunderstood. I'm not with the humans here. There are no rules between us." Su Chen rubbed his nose and walked forward with a smile. "You're not with us?" Jiang Chengfeng sized up Su Chen and frowned slightly. "Since you're not a human from Full Moon City, why are you slaughtering my people?" He saw that although Su Chen was young, he maintained a calm appearance in front of his zombie army. He vaguely felt that Su Chen was not simple. After all, the terrifying aura formed by thousands of zombies was not something that anyone could remain calm. Su Chen sneered. "You're zombies and we're humans. We're like fire and water. Of course, we're here to hunt you." "Hunt us?" Jiang Chengfeng was stunned at first, then laughed wildly. "Kid, you're arrogant. How dare you boast shamelessly in front of me? I want to see what you're capable of." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. The surrounding zombies rushed towards Su Chen crazily. Although he could not see through Su Chen was too young after all. Even if he was an evolved person, he would definitely not exceed level 2. Moreover, he was a level 2 zombie himself. Coupled with an army of more than 7,000 zombies, he had enough confidence to crush Su Chen and the others. "You overestimate yourself." Su Chen narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. He ordered the mechanical soldier beside him, "Satoshi, go and kill that guy." The mechanical soldier was upgraded to level 3 and had the ability to fight against level 4 zombies. Although he did not know how strong Jiang Chengfeng was, in his opinion, he was not stronger than Jin Jiashi. The mechanical soldier had a high chance of killing it. Once Jiang Chengfeng was killed, the zombies would lose control and return to their original nature. In this way, there was no need to worry about the zombies escaping. They could catch them all in one fell swoop. The mechanical soldier nodded at Su Chen in a very human-like manner before sneaking towards Jiang Chengfeng. Its main target was Jiang Chengfeng. In order to avoid being exposed, it didn't attack the surrounding zombies. In addition, he was a puppet, so he didn't attract too much attention from the zombies. It was easy for him to sneak up to Jiang Chengfeng. At the same time, Wu Yang and the others were already fighting with the zombies that were rushing over. Although the situation of the battle was tragic, it was a one-sided trend. There were too many zombies to count, but the strongest one was only level 1. They were no match for Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian. On the other hand, Yang Hao and the others were also extraordinarily brave. Killing normal zombies was as easy as chopping vegetables. Killing level 1 zombies would only take them a few moves. Shi Danyu, in particular, was like a killing machine. He kept swinging the sky hammer in his hand, and every time he swung it, a group of zombies would fall. Those who were lightly injured died from having their bones broken, while those who were heavily injured were directly smashed into meat paste. Tan Lin and the other 2 women were also firing with all their might. Every time there was a gunshot, a zombie's head would explode and die. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies had died on the spot. Seeing this scene, not only was Jiang Chengfeng shocked, but even the fat man and the others in the distance were frightened. "Captain, they are too strong. Jiang Chengfeng and the others can't stop them at all." The man who spoke before said with a trembling voice. The fat man swallowed his saliva and tried to keep himself calm. "Don't worry. Jiang Chengfeng hasn't made a move yet." His previous plan was to wait for Su Chen and the others to fight to the death with the zombies. Then they could sit back and reap the benefits. However, seeing that Jiang Chengfeng's zombie army couldn't resist at all, he was a little worried. If all the zombies were killed and Su Chen and the others were still alive, they wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Chapter 184. Jiang Chengfeng watched his men die one by one in front of him, and he was anxious. Just as he was thinking of a countermeasure, he suddenly saw a guy wrapped in metal appear in front of him. Puppet! Jiang Chengfeng's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively felt a sense of danger. However, before he could react, the mechanical soldier had already closed in and raised the machete in its hand. Level 3 Puppet. Witnessing the mechanical soldier's ghostly speed, Jiang Chengfeng's heart raced. Facing the machete that was like the Grim Reaper, he went all out. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and threw a punch. One had to admit that Jiang Chengfeng's ability to adapt in the face of danger was very strong. Facing an opponent that was stronger than him, if he chose to escape, he would be easily caught and killed. Instead, using this kind of life-or-death fighting method might give him a chance of survival. However, he neglected one point. The mechanical soldier was not human, and its entire body was made of metal, so it did not have to worry about its own injuries. Jiang Chengfeng's fighting method could be said to be exactly what the mechanical soldier wanted. The mechanical soldier did not hesitate and slashed down with its machete. At this time, Jiang Chengfeng realized that something was wrong. Although his punch could hit the mechanical soldier, he would also be heavily injured. However, at this point he could not stop. "I'll fight you to the death." Jiang Chengfeng gritted his teeth, and a violent force shot out from his body as he punched the mechanical soldier's chest. The mechanical soldier was hit by a heavy punch, but it only shook slightly before it slashed down with its machete. Jiang Chengfeng was split into two halves from head to toe. Bright red blood spurted out without any regard for his life. Immediately, the ground was dyed red. The moment he fell, two beams of light shone on his body. They were the two fragments. At this time, all the zombies were stunned. Then, the pairs of scarlet eyes were filled with extreme bloodlust. Accompanied by angry roars, all the zombies completely lost control and charged towards Su Chen and the others. "This is interesting," Su Chen smirked and ordered the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, fire." "Yes, master." The intelligent chariot was already prepared. When Su Chen gave the order, the level 1 pulse cannon and levelless Gatling gun on top of the chariot fired at the same time. Bang bang bang. Ta-ta-ta. For a moment, the sound of guns and cannons shook the heavens and the earth. The entire city fell into a state of shock. When the fat man and the others in the opposite building saw this scene, they were all scared out of their wits. When had they ever seen such a terrifying weapon? They watched as the zombies fell in droves and were being slaughtered. They all realized one thing, which was that the zombie horde that had occupied Full Moon City for many years would very likely be destroyed here today. Logically speaking, the destruction of the zombies was undoubtedly beneficial to humans. But they couldn't bring themselves to be happy. Because they weren't the ones who destroyed the zombies, it meant that the energy stones didn't belong to them. In the face of such wealth, how could they not be jealous? Wasn't he jealous? But no matter how unwilling he was, what was the use? The 9 people in front of him were all powerful evolvers with terrifying weapons in their hands. Would they allow others to covet the energy stones? They were afraid that the moment they had this thought, they would be erased by others. Chapter 185. Just then, a few more people walked into the building. The leader was a skinny old man. As soon as he appeared, he shouted at the fat man, "Zhang Bai, what's the situation?" "Leader, you're finally here." The fat man hurriedly went up and pointed in the direction of Su Chen. "A few strangers have come. They're abnormally strong. They're killing Jiang Chengfeng's zombie army." The skinny old man frowned and asked, "Jiang Chengfeng didn't stop them?" He didn't understand. Jiang Chengfeng was the leader of the zombie army. Why would he just watch his subordinates get slaughtered? Zhang Bai swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, "Jiang Chengfeng was killed." What? The skinny old man was shocked and asked anxiously, "How was he killed?" Jiang Chengfeng was a level 2 zombie and had thousands of zombies protecting him. Even a level 3 evolver wouldn't be able to kill him easily. He now suspected that among the strangers who came, there might be a level 4 evolved being among them. Jiang Chengfeng was killed by a puppet, Zhang Bai replied honestly. Puppet? The skinny old man frowned. Only a level 3 puppet could kill a level 2 zombie. But did level 3 puppets exist? He didn't know. This was because he had never heard of a puppet of such a high level before. Sir, have you heard of level 3 puppets? The skinny old man hesitated and turned to ask a middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was called Yen Long. He was a level 3 evolver from Sky Connect City. The purpose of his trip was to gather the human forces in Moon City and help them destroy Jiang Chengfeng's zombie army. He didn't expect that Su Chen and the others would take the lead before he could make a move. Yen Long narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep. Although he came from a powerful force like Sky Connect City, he had never heard of level 3 puppets before. After shaking his head, he walked straight ahead. He stopped in front of a broken window and looked at where Su Chen was. When he saw the intelligent war chariot going on a killing spree, his narrowed eyes emitted a blazing brilliance. What kind of MCV is this? Why does it have such a powerful firepower? Fiery Dragon exclaimed. Zhang Bai walked to Yen Long's side and replied, Master, this is the first time we've seen such a strange MCV. We don't know its origin. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot was much cooler than that of an ordinary MCV. In addition to the level 1 pulse cannon and levelless Gatling gun, the difference was even greater. They had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Fiery Dragon rolled his eyes and asked, except for the level 3 puppet, how strong are the others? As the intelligent war chariot was at full power, Wu Yang and the others rarely made a move. At this moment, they were standing there leisurely. As a result, Yen Long couldn't judge their strength. Zhang Bai had seen them before, so he quickly replied, the two with the swords are the strongest. They are both level 2 evolutionaries, and the rest are level 1. Su Chen hadn't made a move all this time, and coupled with his young age, he had been overlooked. A level 3 puppet, 2 level 2 evolutionaries, and a MCV with great lethality. Their strength is not weak. Fiery Dragon pondered for a while and then asked, who is their leader? Zhang Bai thought for a moment, then pointed at Su Chen and said, it should be that young man. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.